come on now. That's not how it is.
Good morning, everybody. I should appreciate the fact that some fat people are fit. I am grateful to that man. Before I came here, I did not have so much hope, but as I speak, I have a lot of hope that some fat people like us are fit. I don't know if I am, but I'm okay with the illusion. Good morning, everybody. Please, can you take my slide, please? My name is Osaze Felix Okokoni. I am the Community Engagement and Accountability Officer of the Nigerian Red Cross Society. I am an accredited first aid researcher with the Australian Red Cross and a lot of institutions, safety and well-being. For the purpose of this event, we have tried to streamline first aid to meet with the context of what we do. When I say we, I mean teachers do. So, it takes great knowledge. So we're going to be discussing first aid in its simplest method in the next few minutes. However, it will be good to go through the theoretical perspective of first aid and we learn the hands-on skill of first aid. Next slide. What is first aid? When teachers were teaching us what first aid was in school, they used to tell us the first immediate treatment given to an injured person before the arrival of an ambulance. I'm grateful to God that there is no arrival of an ambulance anywhere in Nigeria. I hope we're aware. So, first aid is skilled assistance given during injury or sudden illness. The first immediate assistance we try to provide during an injury or an illness. First aid uses available materials at the scene. That means you do not need professional medical materials to render first aid. My parents, who are traditional people, used to depend on the Awolowo perspective of first aid. No, the Awolowo. And I'm sure most of us also have used the Awolowo perspective of first aid to either stop bleeding or arrest other forms of injury. Even before professional medical help arrives, well, we're just trying to give ourselves hope here that they will arrive, but we are sure they will not arrive. The next slide, please. Scope of first aid. What is the scope of first aid? What does first aid actually cover from the beginning to the end? What does first aid cover? One of the scope is the diagnosis. What is the diagnosis? Diagnosis is the process of examining the casualty to know what the health condition is using the following. The diagnosis, it is the process of trying to find out what the problem is. For example, in our perspective as teachers, you see a child who used to be very active in the class and suddenly that day tries to school. What's the first thing you do as a teacher? You try to inquire. Good. You've been active before, you inquired, why you come today in class. That is the diagnosis. And the next is history. This is the information you receive from people around about the condition of the casualty. Now you have noticed that the child is calm. I say, hey, Beatrice, why are you quiet? You've been quiet all day. And Beatrice's friend will not there. Yes, since Beatrice came to school, she has been quiet all day. That is when I give you a background of what probably could run into what? Beatrice. Are you understanding that? That's classified as what? History. Symptoms. This is what casualty tells you about his or her health condition. Now, Beatrice is now telling you, Auntie, in our house, there's no food. So since last 2 years, we are not eating. Oh, Beatrice, I'm so sorry about that situation. I didn't know you didn't have food at home. So how do you decide to have a swallowing head, Auntie? I will follow it. And that's, we will classify as symptoms symptoms because it is what the person, the affected person, is able to tell you. In the case of school context, children who are doing intersport, children who are running in the field during the break period, one of them suddenly falls down and gets an injury. What do you always do? You ask the child, what happened to you? True or false? So it is the child who gives you a background knowledge of what has happened to he or she. I was running in the field, I tripped and I fell. Signs. This is what you see or feel on the casualty about the head condition. Yes, this person may have told you, I tripped and I fell in the field, but you could also see some signs, something different from the background story that they are trying to tell you that could give you another meaning. That thing you see on the wounded person is signs. Next slide. Also, we have management. Management is give the necessary assistance to help based on the outcome of the diagnosis. Management is you now providing help. No matter the kind of help you provide, trying to provide help to the wounded person is management. Evacuation. Evacuation is, for us as professional first aiders, we usually advise everybody. First aiders are no doctors. What we do is to play the intermediary role before the person gets to the hospital. Why do we play that role? We will get there. And this is why we play the roles. And why do we do it? Number one is what? To preserve what? Preserve life. We're using the context of school. Accidents happen everywhere. There is domestic accident, there is industrial accident, there is commercial, there is social. We are just using the context of school because we are teachers. Are we following? Number two is to prevent condition from worsening. Prevent condition from worsening. Promote recovery, reduce pain and suffering for the casualty. By casualty, who all understand what I mean by the word casualty? Do we? Hello, do we? Yes. A casualty, again, I understand that we know. For those who do not, a casualty is someone who is wounded or injured. They are not patients to us as first aiders because we are not doctors. We cannot consider them as patients. We only consider them as casualty. And this is one of the topics that will lead us to some of the further discussions we'll do today. It is unconsciousness. Unconsciousness is a very complicated case of first aid, and it is good that we are discussing it today as teachers. This is the interruption of the normal brain activity, leading to the loss of awareness of the surrounding. People go unconscious for numerous reasons, and we will try to tell you some of the reasons why people go unconscious. Next slide. Types of unconsciousness. There are basically two types. And I know some of us may have seen some of these things before. Nollywood has helped us to promote some of these types of unconsciousness. Number one is unconsciousness by breathing. In this stage of unconsciousness, the casualty is breathing and needs to be placed in a recovery position. This person is breathing but needs to be placed in a recovery position. I went to a public school here in Benin, and if you know Nigeria College, I can tell you how we used to behave, the way we behave. While I was in school, once you see somebody falls down and the next student will shout, "You don't die." Is that right? Yeah, you don't die. So the first consciousness that comes to everybody's mind is to pick the child up and start running to the hospital. It is basic, it is normal instinct, but it is wrong. Because at the point you are picking the child up, attempting to take the child to the hospital, you might just be the one who will kill the child. Unconsciousness but not breathing. In this stage of unconsciousness, the casualty cannot respond to stimuli. Breathing has stopped and the casualty is at a high risk of death. Commence CPR immediately. This training, sadly, because of the time frame, will not allow us to do some hands-on skill on CPR. However, we'll still do some hands-on skill on recovery position that will also help. Thank you. Maybe breathing or not breathing. If breathing, you take the person and put in a recovery position, If not breathing, you start CPR and send the person urgently to the hospital. Now we have arrived to our Nigerian context. We usually send everybody to the but the essence of this knowledge that we are sharing here today is to see that we send in checking out the danger. You try to check. We talked about the scope earlier, the diagnosis, the history, right? Good. So you could ask around, all of those help you to gather better information of what is happening to the person. Auntie, you just started shivering. So you should know, you try to check around, check if there's a word switch around that the child has maybe inserted a metal into, that the child probably has inserted metal into and is being electrocuted and all that. I hope you understand. So if yes, turn off the switch. That's a safer way for you as a teacher, right? Good. Number 2 is response. Now I have checked for danger, I am safe, and I can respond to this person. The next thing is response. I'm going to call Beatrice. Beatrice, what's wrong with you? Trying to see if Beatrice can talk back or respond what? To me. The next is airways. The airway. My younger brother used to call this the power line or the pipeline. The airway. This is our airway. Please, let's take everybody, let's take our head back a bit. Breathe in and out. Good. Let's put our heads down. Breathe in. No, put it down, madam, down. Yeah. In, out. So when you took your head back and down, which did you have more freer airways? Up, right? Good. So that's a method for us. We always try to open the airway. And that's why when you are trying to render first aid to a child, you do not carry the child like the child is a bag. You must carry the child in a more methodological way that the airways remain open. I hope you are understanding. Breathing. We look, we listen, and we feel for breath. We are going to do that here now. Compression. That has to do with the CPR. The CPR means cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It's an endpoint hands-on skill for first aiders to render, trying to manually kickstart the heart when the heart stops. That's the better way to describe CPR. When somebody stops breathing completely and the heart is no longer beating. Some of us have cars here. So when you are jump starting a car, you use another battery, right? You use another battery with a jump starter. That's manual starting. Good. The same way you jump start the heart. And the only way you jump start the heart is using the CPR methodology. The defibrillator. The defibrillator is a machine that also helps manually restart the heart. But I'm going to describe it for us, and we are going to see that American film has helped us more in Nigeria. Now, how many of us has watched American film where they are in the hospital and they say, ready? They do something like this. They put it in the heart. They say, action. And the person chests out. We have seen it, right? Good. And that machine is called the defibrillator. There are mechanized machines, smaller machines that you can use for first aid purposes, and there are more industrial machines that are used for medical purposes. That big one is used for the hospitals. For us first aiders, ours comes in patch, little patch. One patch here, one patch here. We kickstart and it sends electric wave to the heart and kickstarts the heart. Thank you. So we are going to go back and quickly do the hands-on skill for the danger process. Slide back, please. One slide back. Thank you. I would need a volunteer, someone who is willing to be a casualty, so we can teach everybody how it looks like. Thank you. Don't worry, it's not real life casualty. Come now. This is Nollywood casualty. Thank you. Yes, lie down. Face up. Can one other person join us to hold the mic? Number one is what? Good. How do we observe for danger? I described. Can somebody please describe that again to us?
Check the environment.
Now, a child is on the ground. A child is on the ground like this. I don't know what happened to the child, and I need to check for danger. It's for me to come, observe, and check for danger. Now, I'm using the context of a child. People go unconscious in the middle of the road. Check for danger. Make sure there are no upcoming vehicles that can ram into you. People go unconscious at home. Make sure what is making that person unconscious. If it's a snake, I think we'll have more reptile problems now. Good. If it's a snake, the snake probably will still be around. I hope you understand. So make sure you are not walking into danger to become the second casualty instead of you trying to provide support. Are we together? You have checked for those danger and you have seen that it is safe. What is the next thing you do? Hello, hello, hello. I'm tapping the shoulders. Why? This place has sufficient bone for me to put my big hands on. I hope you understand. It could be for a child, but we have the bones here, and they are sufficient to take a bit of the weight we are about to apply to the casualty. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? And this person did not hear me. What is the next thing? Good. To open the airways, put these hands on the forehead of the casualty. Take these two hands and put across this chin. If you put these hands here, if you make a mistake and don't do this correctly, if you put these hands here, you can put it here now. As I'm talking, I'm almost coughing, right? Good. Because this place helps to suffocate, it suffocates you more. Sir. Okay? Try to put it across these two bones. And this on the head. And you open. Because this man is so conscious, his head is not moving. If he was unconscious, as I'm raising his head, at once the head is moving. I hope you understand. Don't be scared. I'm not breaking your neck. Thank you. Good. This man can sleep off in this position very well because he breathes better. Here. If you are in the position, endpoint position that we are doing now, there is no way you are going to snore at night. You are going to sleep very well. Okay? Now, the airway is open. What did he say we should do next? And in the breathing, what did he say we should do? The look, my eyes are going to the chest of this man to check for the rise and fall of the chest. What is next? Listen, I'm going to put my chin and my ear close to the nose to listen to the breath coming out and going from the nostrils. My chin is to feel. Is that not what it's there? Good. To feel if the breath is actually coming out. Okay? And I'm supposed to do this for about 30 seconds. So how do I count? As you can see, I'm not putting on watch. So we count in our head and we count 1, 1,000, 2, 2,000, 3, 3,000. That's how we count in our head. So if you're holding a watch, as I'm counting my 1, 1,000, check if the seconds are correct. Are you checking? They're correct, right? Good. So we'll check that for 30,000 to be sure we have checked for 30 seconds. Are we together? Good. Now, I've checked. I'm happy to announce this man is alive. So, what's next? Good. We're not compressing because this man is alive. If his heart had stopped breathing through the process of our diagnosis that we have checked now, and we have checked that his heart has stopped breathing, then we'll start the manual jumping. That means we need to start manually bringing this man back to life. It is not a first aider's responsibility to declare anybody dead. I hope you understand. Even if I meet that there is no head, God forbid, not on this body, on anybody's body, I will continue rendering first aid. It is not my responsibility to declare anybody dead. I'm not certified to do that. I'm certified to render first aid, and I will continue doing that until the person gets to the hospital and the doctor to certify the person dead. I hope you understand. But however, I will not waste my time if there are more casualties. Okay? I will just treat them according to the chances of survival. Now we're going to stop at breathing, right? Now this man is breathing. So what is the next thing we should do now that he's breathing? It's for us to now put him in a recovery position. To put this man in a recovery position, I take this hand closer to me and put it in an angle 90. Can you see it? Can everybody see this? If you can't see, it's okay to stand. Okay, good. I put this hand in an angle 90. The leg that is far from me, I put my hand through the natural hollow of the knee and I raise it. No matter the load, by load, this man is almost as big as me, if not bigger, right? Good. And there could be people who are bigger than the two of us. So no matter the load, you can easily control the leg from the natural hollow. Are we together? Are we together? Once you put your leg there and raise it, the leg responds to you immediately, no matter the load. We'll come to why about if it's a woman wearing skirt. We'll come there. Now this leg is flat-footed. This hand that is far from me, I would pick this hand and bring to the chin and hold it there and bring this man and put him this way. And again, open the airway and rearrange the leg. Give this man mic.
I'm coming up. I'm feeling fine now. I'm feeling fine.
This position is jaw forward. The jaws are forward. The mouth is low. The chest is off the ground. For those that snore at night or have uncomfortable sleep, if you stay in this position, you will sleep better. You will sleep better because your chest is not hitting anything. There's zero pressure on you. Are we following? Did you understand it to this point? Should I do this again? One more. Now, I will not stand again. The first thing I do is what? Good. I've checked for danger. I am safe, and this person is safe to be responded to. What is the second thing I do? What? Hello? First aid is a skill for all, so everybody should participate. What is the next thing I should do? It's here. Good. And how do I check for response? Somebody should please give this man a Benin name. Osaro. Osaro. Osaro is not responding. What is the next thing I should do? How do I? This hand on the forehead and this below the chin. And I open. Right? This man. Airway is open. What's the next thing I should do? Check if he's breathing. How do I check if he's breathing? I look, I listen, and I feel. My eyes to the chest to check for the rise and fall of the chest. My ears to the nostrils to listen to the sound. My chin also close to the nostrils to feel the breath. Like I announced before, again, this man is alive. What's the next I do? Put him in a recovery position. To do that, the hand closer to me goes to angle 90. The next I do is put the leg flat-footed. Next, split the hand and put on the chin and control his entire body. For those who, is it biology that talked about the solar plexus? Solar plexus simply means the even distribution of body weight. It's not solar plexus of solar. It's solar plexus body weight, body mass measurement and the rest. It's solar plexus. Yeah. So, no matter how big this man is, this is the easiest driver. Can you see? Very easy. Then again, you open the airway and you rearrange the leg. Are we okay? Let one person just do this and we'll go to fighting. Not negative. Just one person, please. One person come and demonstrate this and we'll go to fainting. But before the person comes, the big question is, how about if this wounded person is putting on skirt, right? Good. If this person were to be putting on skirt, there will be no need to raise the leg, because as first aiders, we teach professionally that we protect people's dignity. It means a lot to us. Okay? Do you want us to do it with this man putting on trouser, or somebody who is actually putting on skirt can come for us to demonstrate this? Okay. We now assume it's a skirt. The hand goes and with 90. Now it is a skirt. We'll do what? Put the two legs together. I come to this edge of the skirt and drag it and squeeze it together to completely protect the privacy of this person. I hope you understand. Now, this hand I pick and I bring here. Instead of controlling by raising, I now control by pushing. I hope you understand. Now I have pushed. There is a high chance of privacy intrusion too, right? Good. I can come back here and again twist the skirt, ensuring that the skirt is not twisting the casualty skin. You know, at the moment you are twisting the skirt, it's possible you can twist the casualty skin as well, right? Good. Now, this person is protected. If there's a need for further protection, any of the observers, bystanders, can always donate their wrapper to do covering. I hope you understand. But my objective of trying to improve this person's chances of survival and recovery has been achieved. Thank you. Who wants to try? Nobody? Okay, now we'll go to painting. Okay. But it is good that people try this thing. Are you sure you understand it? Good. Now let's discuss fencing. When I was growing up, when people fence, the first thing we do is what? Who said that? I wish I was rich enough. The first thing we do is naturally pour them water, and it's seriously wrong. I talked about shock earlier, right? As a cause of unconsciousness. If you pour people who go unconscious water, they leave unconscious state and run into shock. And shock is a more serious case to manage than fainting. Fainting is the least case of unconsciousness to manage. With or without your hair, for somebody who has fainted, with or without your hair, somebody who has fainted will come back to life. But if you drive the person to shock by pouring them water, you know the person now actually needs help to come back to life. I hope you understand. Next slide. Main causes of
the traditional ruler of the place your school is, you not keep the children, or the traditional ruler of the place your school is, you not keep the children standing, you will not start up your transport, you keep them standing for, thank you, for 6 hours, and then shock can also cause fainting. So signs and symptoms of fainting: number 1 is shallow breathing, number 2 is pulse rate is slow, and first must quickly return to normal. Pain, by pain, and pain means that you see the skin color start changing. First aid. I would like to teach fainting first aid in the context of school scenarios. Who would like to volunteer? One person. So I just teach it as a first aider trying to render first aid in a school.
It's the thing that is
one person, please.
Already, so I can't really...
So please come. Thank you.
If you pass, sorry, just pass fast. No, voila.
So the rule here is number 2 is what? Let's read together, please. Is this casualty down now? Number 2 is what? That means the students that will come and be jumping around trying to block the window, they are not necessary. I hope you understand, for them to go. Number 3 is what? Fainted can come back to life. I hope you understand. So, but fainting is the least case of unconsciousness, so you do not need to pour the person water. Number 4. If the casualty does not regain consciousness, quickly open the airway and check for breathing. Be ready to resuscitate if necessary. Place in a recovery position. But the recovery position for a fainted casualty is a bit different from the recovery position we have discussed earlier. I hope you understand. Now, we still remember how to open airways, right? So who can teach me from the crowd? My hand here. My hand behind the chain. So what's next? Good. Thank you. For somebody who is unconscious, it's not that this man is keeping his head directly here. Somebody who is unconscious has not control over the muscles. You can raise the head and the head falls sideways. It's okay. You can leave it that way. So we know that you're sure the airways are open. Now, what's next? Check forward. Check forward. Okay? Check for breathing. How do I do that? Thank you. You already know that now. So I look, I listen, and I feel. This person has lost a brief consciousness. So what we need to do is to assist the person get blood back to the brain and the heart. Get a school bag, put under the feet, and raise the leg. For the context of classroom, you can put these feet on a chair. I think the chairs are not more than 5 centimeters, 3 to 5 centimeters high. So you can actually also do that for the context of a school, and the patient, casualty would recover. Do we understand this? There is no need to use water, and water is not necessary. But I was told 5 minutes. Can I take epilepsy? That's last? Yes. For fainting, there is what we call the goosebump. I think that's the most common name I can use. You know goosebump, right? For fainting, you will not see that. For shock case, you see that all over the body. All over the body. Then you know that this person is in shock. So what you need to start doing first is regulating temperature, opening airways. By regulating temperature, this one that we are putting this blanket down is no longer going to be down. The blanket will now cover the person. I hope you understand. Cover the casualty. We open the airway. We start monitoring the person's breath, pulse rate, and evacuation to the hospital. For the case of fainting, with or without your head, 1 to 3 minutes, the person is back to life. Somebody gave me 5 minutes. Can I take epilepsy? This is just the last. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, not to waste time, I know this is some other commonest things that happen in the school setting, epilepsy. Thank you. But you can just wait again, and okay, just hang around, please. Thank you. So, for epilepsy, we would not want to go to the neurological causes of epilepsy, but most common is that parents should know is when your child is young, do not allow them fall from any height. Don't give your child to another child to cater to. I hope you understand. Don't allow your child to fall from any height. Because once they do, they get blood clots. The blood clots will not affect them at that point because the head is still small. As the head grows at the bone, the blood clot remains there. And once the neurological messages gets to where the blood clot is, it starts struggling to pass through. The reality is that message must pass through. The process of that message struggling to pass through the brain, that neurological perspective of the brain or the areas affected is where you see the person convulsing. I hope you understand. Then we now assume that the person is what? Epileptic. And it's a very tedious process. Sometimes you see plenty of survivors coming from the mouth. Safe. Protect injury. Clear the area. And protect. I don't like book. It's simple. Once you see somebody convulsing as a result of epilepsy, first you should do, don't try to force anything in their mouth for any traditional reason. Don't put anything in their mouth. Don't try the saliva that comes out from the mouth is not infectious. Epilepsy is not transmittable. I hope you understand. That saliva is coming out because the muscles of the tongue is contracting and is producing excess saliva. So you see it coming out as whitish. I hope you understand. In epilepsy, all the muscles of the body contracts. All the muscles of the body contract. So once epilepsy happens, what you should do is try to keep the person safe. And how do you keep the person safe? Make sure that any area the person fell, remove all sharp objects around that area. If it's a classroom, that's the case that it's a classroom, the student falls in between desk or chairs. In that case, we'll now advise you to remove the casualty from that area. You are not stopping the convulsion. Don't try to calm the person to stop the convulsion. You can't stop it, so don't try to. I hope you understand. Are we together? If there are sharp objects, if there are no sharp objects where this person falls down, just protect the person. Now, one of the areas you should protect is the head, because the head keeps going that way. If you have observed anybody who became epileptic, see the head. So what you do in a school setting is get a school bag. This one is now too big. Get a school bag or notebooks, just 2 or 3 notebooks is fine. Put under the head, so that at the time the head is jerking, it does not keep hitting the ground and causing more problems. I hope you understand. Now, another area you should protect is here, under the feet, because it does the same thing the head is doing. You can also get some notebooks and also put there. I'm using the school context. So if you're at home, you know what to get. If you are in school, that's what I'm describing you can get. I hope you understand. And you try to help this person by staying safe. Just be there, be looking. This person will finish conversing and recover little by little. When this person recovers, stop jerking or stop conversing. Just know in your mind that this person has recovered. But for the shame of standing up, this person can be there for 50 minutes or even 1 hour. So what you try to do is disperse the crowd. I hope you understand. Let everybody who is standing around go. You can stay. I want to see that the person stop conversing. You can start talking to the person. Hello, how are you? How do you feel? You see the person responding to you. Or if the person is not responding, just tell the person, okay, nod your head if you can hear me. Or move your eyes if you can hear me. I hope you understand. Are we together? That way, you have provided help for someone who is epileptic. Is there a next slide? Is there a next slide, please? Okay. What you should never do. Never put anything in the mouth. They won't swallow their tongue. Don't worry. Okay? Don't think that the tongue is falling back, that they will swallow the tongue. They won't. The tongue cannot pull off. But you might break their teeth or get beaten. If an epileptic patient bites you, know that you have lost that fingers. Because you can't help yourself. So try not to take the risk of going to put your hand or put something in the mouth of an epileptic patient. Never try to hold them down or restrain their movements. Never give them water or food until they are fully alert and awake. What's the next slide? I put this thank you small so that I can say it small. Thank you. Questions? Questions? Thank you very much again.
Please, a round of applause for him. If you know you learn something, you can do better. Our hands are not getting good like that. I'll choose a little clap and we will continue with that clap for the next few minutes. So if we are giving applause to speakers, to persons, we'll go with the clap. Are we good?
Okay, so
Good, I like that. Yeah, let's begin. Again. Beautiful. That's good. Wow. We are not just teachers, we are also learners. Okay, quick one. We wouldn't need to chit chat, connect with one another. I like to just, this is how it goes. For the next few minutes, we'll disturb the place a little bit. You leave your position. If people in this set, you leave your position. You get, just do a favor. This is how it works. The first row in this set, meet people in this row in this set. The people in the second set, move from your row, meet people in the second row. You get, know the person's name, school, and where the person is coming from. You have 1 minute to get.
Hi everyone.
So,
Good morning.
if you notice, sometimes
We'll do your catch-up session.
the screen at the back is very.
Can we please put our hands together? I have many mothers, but my mother is here. Can we please put our hands together for her? Come on, Teachers Corner, if you can do better. We used to be more excitable than this. Is it Tinubu's fault?
That's what just going to tell me now to like increase the exposure.
Don't worry.
Because
It will soon leave.
if they change
Even if we fear that he will come back.
it's very annoying.
All right.
That's that.
Welcome once again. We have Mama K here.
Use your support. Exposure.
Her government's name is K. Benson Afigbe II. All of us call her Mama K.
After
To reduce it, I'm like,
once you increase it to go right. So when you're
Right. She's going to come up and take her session now. Let me set in a few minutes, in 5 minutes or less. Let me set the stage for what you're about to experience today. First, I want to apologize for starting later than we planned to. We will still close when we plan to. So we are going to constrict time, literally, to ensure that we close as early as possible and everyone has a wholesome experience. This is not about learning AI. We don't have that time to do that today, right? And when I come and take my session, I'll talk more about that. It's about understanding how AI is shaping education and how teachers must be prepared for that. I'll come when Mama K is done and talk about the fact that Gen Zs are the dumbest generation in the history of man. It is scientifically proven that Gen Zs are dumber than millennials. And so what typically happens is because of evolution, because of exposure to life, generationally intelligence improves. But for the first time in the history of man, we have seen a significant decline in intelligence in Gen Zs. Guess what's to blame? Not just AI. Exposure to technology. So the question is, how is what is supposed to be building our generations destroying it? Now, I gathered you all here to talk about this today because the future will record that you are the culprits. Are you following me? In the history of civilization, in the age of the social man, the narrative has favored soldiers, it has favored philosophers, it has favored kings, it has even favored political leaders and rulers, but it has seldomly favored teachers. Are you with me now? It means that we have to get ahead of the narrative. We have to get ahead of it. Because what they will blame, listen to me, what people will blame in generations to come is the failure of the education system. And principal to the education system are teachers. Can everyone hear me, please? Can we get this mic off in 2 minutes, please? Can everyone hear me now? Yes. At the center of the education system are teachers. And so it's going to be very easy to say, this happened to these people because teachers failed to be better teachers. And so when I have my session, I'm going to talk about a lot of that. I'm going to talk about building the 5 generations of AI and all of that. But before we get into all of that, I want you to understand what is the product of education. That's my concern for Teachers Connect for all the years. You know, I always place a quote before you that human resources is the ultimate basis of the wealth of nations. And what that means is that Nigeria should be very rich. We have 200 million people. And if human resources is the ultimate basis for the wealth of nations, it means that we are underperforming as the most populous black country in the world. Right? And the ultimate product of society is people. The ultimate goal of education is better individuals, better human beings, in what I would like to call a wholesome child. A child that is perfect in learning, in character, in nurture, that contributes to society and does not detract from it. History will judge our generation harshly, the same way we are judging Labour's past harshly, if we do not produce better results than they did. And so, if your hands, do you have number slides ready now? Not yet. Remaining small. Define small in minutes and seconds. Small is not a unit of time. Two minutes. That you talk for 2 minutes more. Okay, good. I'll get back to you in 2 minutes. So, right? If the output is a child, what kind of children are leaving our educational systems? Now, there are a lot of things that are going to be increasingly out of control. One thing I'm going to talk about when I come up is the fact that teachers are not evolving as fast as technology. And so we're not even trying to catch up. We're trying to be in the race. Does anybody understand me? We are not trying to catch up. We are trying to just be in the race. And so your students on the average will have access to way better technology than you might even be aware of. I'm not even saying exposed to. I'm saying aware of. Are you following me? So what we do when we this is post-construction. What we do when we talk about AI, for instance, now is everybody knows the most popular one. Which is it? ChatGPT. And everybody calls all kinds of AI now ChatGPT. The same way we call all kinds of noodles Indomie. And all kinds of toothpaste. Right? And ChatGPT is, we are barely scratching the surface with what AI is already doing. Barely. Many of us are treating AI like Google. And what we have decided to do in this conference is that we would have the existential questions answered here, and then we would plan together towards a practical session. It's going to be a boot camp, a 2 weeks boot camp, where we will have a physical location. We're doing 50 people at first instance. It will not be free because we'll have to pay for venue, we'll have to pay for facilitators, we'll have to pay for a couple of other things, maybe refreshments. I don't know how far the project will take us, right? But it will be done to make sure that you stay in the race and attempt to even catch up. The 2 minutes is up, media. Huh? Another 2 minutes. Okay. But we attempt to stay in the race and even catch up. Right? And this is what is happening. Is that if we don't catch up fast enough, you know what happens in evolution? You know what happens in evolution? What happens? We're left behind. We become vestigial. We become extinct. Right? Many schools are proposing AI models for learning. The big existential question is, will AI replace teachers? I hear no way. Do you think AI will replace teachers? We will answer that question later. Right? I don't think that you can answer a yes or a no right now. I think the way it's going, the teacher will either have to adapt or go extinct. That's the reality. And it's not going to be about just learning AI tools and being ahead of the AI curve. It's about understanding what kind of teacher the presence of AI makes you. It means that you go to classes without being the most informed person in the class. So, do you understand that? That you are now going to class without being the most informed person in the class. Are you with me now? And you must be ready for all the realities of what happens when AI enters into education. We're already having AI-powered computers. Let me tell you something. I'm supposed to say this later and I'll talk about still. Elon Musk is building a company called Macro Hard. You can search about it. It's a funny pun from Microsoft. He's building a company called Macro Hard that will be a software development company without software engineers. I'm not saying he's going to build. They already have a website. He's building a company, a software development company called Macro Hard that would be a software development company without software engineers. So if you are sitting in your seat feeling warm and fuzzy that AI will not replace you as a teacher, I bring bad news. But it's good we're having this conversation early so that at some point in the future I can not only be bringing bad news, I can also bring hope. Are you following me now? And the purpose of this conversation is not to get ahead of, oh, teachers must go and learn AI, teachers must go and learn. Are you for? Because that was where the original craze started from. Well, good? Good. The original craze was, oh, let teachers go and learn AI. But we have discovered that's not sufficient. Because AI entering education will change the teacher. This is not changing blackboard to markerboard. The teacher has to become an entirely different person. Are you? When you are not the most intelligent person in the room to guide the class, you have to become someone else. It means that the future of education is going to be about character, learning. Because access to AI does not mean you are learning, and Gen Z is proof. Are you following me now? We have used the whole generation to test it. And in case they did not know, their time is up. We are focusing on Gen A's now. So whatever a Gen Z cannot become is too late. Sorry. All the Gen Z's in the back, my apologies. Right? But to begin this conversation this morning, let us start by painting the final picture. What is a wholesome child? What does that person look like? And how can we chisel? I deliberately chose the word chisel because chisel talks about sculpting. It means you have to take off from a lump of wood, you have to take off waste and leave what is material. And to guide us through that session this morning, if your hands are not busy and your legs are not tired, can we have a standing ovation for my mother, Kay Benson and Kibe II? I need a standing ovation. Can we make it a little louder?
Please help me celebrate. Yes, sir. Help me celebrate. Let's be seated. We should have things like this going on. If you're not a teacher, stand. If you're not a teacher, you're not a teacher. If you're not a teacher, please stand. Let me begin to clap and celebrate these teachers. Let me celebrate them. Let me celebrate them. They're the ones that do thankless jobs. I'm still looking for my primary school teacher, the one that taught me mathematics, to appreciate it. Is it around here? Some of the things you're doing today, you may never have the opportunity to tell you thank you, either as a society or as individuals. Many of the people you have taught, some of them are presidents, some of them are governors. So I want to begin to tell you thank you for taking the time to do this work. Most times the people that are in a teaching profession, sometimes the parents don't even go to the school and just abuse you for something that they shouldn't do. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to begin by saying thank you. I give you a standing ovation today. Okay. My task. Can my slide begin, please? When you're talking to teachers and you're teaching them, you're teaching teachers. So that doesn't look like. So my name is Kenneth Nahide. What I do outside has for me. Can I get to my next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so I'm an emotional healing practitioner. I am trained to process people, process individuals, help them process emotional wounds, trauma, unresolved pain, and unhealthy emotional patterns, so that they can come into wholeness, emotional stability. I have to put it in a way for it to make sense to me. So what I'm told to do today is to see how you can chisel a child until that child becomes a wholesome adult. And in my world, from the industry where I operate from, when you say wholeness, it means something entirely different. So let's see what it's like. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so okay. Because of time, can I still have the next slide? I'm sure it's been a long Alright, while they are trying to put themselves together, the first thing I want to tell you today is that you are not just teaching subjects, mathematics, English, chemistry. That's not what you are teaching. You're not just teaching them. So each time you stand in front of the classroom, you're shaping identity, you're shaping culture, you're shaping values. Each time you stand in the classroom, every lesson you pass, please know this and know this. Every lesson you pass, you're shaping resilience, you're shaping character, you're shaping capacity, you're shaping competence, you're shaping values, you're shaping culture, you're shaping leadership style, you're shaping how they will relate in the future, how they will handle things, how they will lead. You're even shaping their emotional identity in the future. That's how important your task is. And it's not a task that you should take lying down. Each time you stand, my mother was a teacher, my mother-in-law was a teacher, my father-in-law was a teacher. Before I got married, my husband said he wanted to marry a teacher. So everything around me has been about teaching. So that's the first thing I want to take on myself. The first point is that you are not just teaching subjects. So know it and know this. Know that I know this.
I'm fine.
So what you communicate first is not what you're teaching.
I'm helping my brother-in-law.
What you communicate first is who you are.
No. I'm helping my brother-in-law.
And most of us are parents. It's also
I am at an event. I'm helping my brother-in-law with videography.
What you install inside them is more important than what you give them. So what you install inside them is legacy. What you give them is inheritance. So a teacher stands in front of the children, you're a role model. What you're giving to them is first of all who you are before what you're saying. So your definition of worth and value is what you communicate. If value, what is most important, what you prioritize, if it is examination malpractice, you won't need to teach it. In our time, we used to call it expo. You won't need to teach it. You will demonstrate it, then they will learn it. The day they become politicians and they are on the ballot box, they will repeat what that thing we taught them. That's my first point. Let's go to my second point. I don't know that my slide is working. Let's take my second point. So it's important that you understand that many students are not difficult because they are bad. We run secure the future clubs in those schools. We have some of your schools, you have secure future clubs. When you interact with the students, you know that some of these students seem very difficult. But I've come to realize that the challenge, that thing you're seeing that looks as if they are difficult, is not the issue. The issue is that these children are carrying baggages that has not been dropped. So what you're seeing are symptoms of invisible wound. That's the second point. Is this slide going to work at all? And is this slide today is less than that? So I want you to take note every point. I said that they are not difficult, it's just that they are carrying inner wound. So let's define why I'm here. Emotional restoration, or what we call inner healing. Is that one ready? Emotional restoration, or what we call inner healing. Okay, so emotional restoration, or what we call inner healing, is the process of releasing emotional pain, fear, shame, grief, and correcting false beliefs formed in difficult experiences, so that those experiences no longer control the student's present behavior, learning, and relationship. Very important. We're going to break them one after the other. Please, I'm checking my time. So those children that sit in front of you are carrying terrible pains. And I'll give you an expression of one or two today. Some of them, no, go back. Some of them are hiding fear. Where is the fear coming from? I'll also explain it on this platform. Some of them are hiding shame. If these things are not released, you'll find out that it will affect the learning outcome. And some of them have established wrong beliefs about life. And all of these came from what they have been through, where they are coming from before they came to the class. If nothing is done, three things will be affected: their behavior, their learning, and relationships. And you face them every day, you want them to learn, without knowing that they're already carrying some things. So I tell you a story. A young lady was coming back from school, this thing happened about 40 years ago. She was hijacked by some boys, and one of them, they raped her. She was less than 15. She couldn't tell her parents. But one day the teacher told the mother, your daughter is pregnant. The daughter said, no, there's nothing about her that looks pregnant. There's nothing that looks pregnant. The teacher continued, and then went home to go and tell them, this your child is pregnant. That's when they got the mother was the child to the hospital, and cutting a very long story short, and realized that not only is she pregnant, she's due. She gave birth to teachers. She gave birth to the child. She took the child. The father saw the child and said, never, not in this house. You know what the father did? He took the baby and buried the baby alive. So, you know, these things will happen at home, you won't know. The child will come to school Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday and stay in the class. You're teaching, you're training, the child is listening, but the child is not there. Is it possible for us to have some skills that you're able to interpret when a has fear, shame, or grief? That's the first part. The second So I'm hearing today that there are students who show up in school, and when you're teaching them, they say school is scam. Because some of them, for want of better words, may even have cars or money in the account that is more than the one the teacher has. And so when you want to talk, they say, nonsense, what are you saying? What are you teaching me? You think you're teaching me, you're not even better than me, I'm richer and wealthier than you. Why? Because wrong, false beliefs about what is value has been planted. So many of the children has come from homes where there has not been, values have not been installed. So we don't have values, again, called honesty. We run value orientation programs in school. The word honesty is gone. The word hard work is gone. The word generosity is gone. Integrity is gone. All these are values. So this belief system have been flipped upside down, and you're facing that every day. And the wrong saying that you will have the skill to release stored hurt. I've just showed you one stored hurt. Don't worry, we'll give you this time. We'll give you unprocessed grief. You know, that child was never allowed to process that grief until 40 years after. Okay. Buried fear. Some of those students are so afraid that we need to run. Hidden shame. Some of the students that meet you have had abortion without you knowing. Something happened and they had an abortion, and they are sitting there in the street with the boy that did that. And don't worry, I will give you the slide. All right, so we can run. Correcting false interpretations formed in painful moments. When students have gone through painful moments, they will take that moment and interpret it upside down. That's where you come in. How do we define? I keep hearing school is scam. In fact, we just finished a value orientation program in Abuja University, and the lecturer was talking to me that sometimes the students, when they come to the school, they are not coming to the school to learn. They are coming to school. Let's just fulfill all obligations. Who school help? Because things have happened. They have false interpretation when it has to do with life. Now, teacher, one of the things that he's trying to say, I heard him talking about boot camp. At the boot camp, we'll equip you with some of the skills to remove these false beliefs. Let's run. Okay, so when we say emotional restoration, what we should mean is reframe the meaning of past. Sometimes when you see aggression, you see a child display aggression. What you are seeing as aggression is symptom of something deeper. The child is crying out for safety. The child doesn't feel safe. So in order to feel safe, he pulls out a protective, a coping mechanism to be able to help himself. But it shows that aggression is not really aggression. The second one is withdrawal. You come to school, you find out that this child has withdrawn. I'm sure teachers can interpret that very fast. A child that is, all of a sudden, he has withdrawn. It's our job to find out what is going on. What is going on. That's what I mean by behavior is data. The first one is defiance. You see some of these children, they are very, very, I don't want to use the word rebellious, I don't want to use the word stubborn. They are not the right words to use. But look at it this way. You find out that this child is showing as if there's loss of control. His data. The child is showing you something. I'm in a school where they say, in God we trust. Every other person must produce data. In God we trust. Every other person must produce data. The children are showing you their data there and there. Something is wrong with me. That's what that child means. Perfectionism. They see this child always tries to do everything perfectly. And so when you want to correct him, he's in self-defense because he thinks it's perfect. Sometimes he's afraid of shame. I'm going to talk about shame very shortly. Laziness. He's showing laziness, but what if you can Pastor, take it away so that they can see it. Please, help me. When we do emotional healing, they come there. When we do emotional healing, there's something we have found out. You see men at their 30, 40, 45. Some of them are having a challenge with their intellect. They believe, I'm not intelligent. We'll give you, this is yours, we'll dash you. Before we'll give you, it's for you. The thing is for you. The research is done for you. Okay? But you can be copying if that makes you happy. Copy, you know. You don't really copy, that's fine. Now, this is I'm saying, and he have spoken about a breakout section. It is something you should, I will encourage you to register for it. Because then we'll not be able to give you tools and as well as give you trials that will help you decipher some of the things he's mentioning now. Okay, so I was saying, I was saying, go back to my slide. I was talking about shame. I told you that behavior is data. I'm giving you enough data. You see something, laziness. It has shut down. What has made him what is making this child to shut down? We need to find out. Okay, so the point is, these children are carrying something. There's something they are carrying. What is that thing? You will find out. Data has been given to you. What are you going to do with the data? And my own personal data, during the times we do therapy, there's something we have noticed that I want you to take note of it. You know, the class is going on. So, what is a noun? It's what is a verb? It's now still a name of a person. Has it changed? What is a noun? And there's one child there. The child is not saying anything. You teacher, say, oh, you that is there, Okonkwo or Efosa. You are Efosa, you are the one where Efosa is standing. He's afraid. Sometimes Efosa knows it, but he's shy. What you don't do to that child is to shame the child more. In emotional healing circles, we have found out that thing that was done, sometimes there is a particular case I remember where 45 years after, she believes she's not intelligent. And we're tracing why. This data you're giving us, where is it coming from? Why do you believe you're not intelligent? This girl would not like to read anything except you put it in a movie. It was while we sit down at the emotional healing section that we realized that 40 years back, she was in class. And the teacher said, Osas, you answer the question. That particular day, she didn't know the answer. The teacher told everybody to be singing Osas naughty. They were singing and laughing at her. There and there, that girl shut down. It took 40 years. There is something that we call educational brokenness. She shut down from that. She didn't even know that was where she shut down until we arrived at that point. There are some things you should not do as a teacher. You will spoil someone's life. To say, let them clap for the child, let everybody, or you put the child, you say, okay, come and stand here. Or you pronounce this. You know that child cannot really read. You make a show of him, you put him on the so yeah, you should read something. The child leaves the platform, but the child has not left the platform. That particular day, that child died. Look at your neighbor, say, don't do it again. Say to two teachers, don't do it again. Please let me know when my time is up. say behavior is data. Are you learning something? Let's go to the next slide. So I can't teach without a drama. Sometimes when you see a student, can I get a backpack? Sir, give me one. Can I? Sometimes, thank you. Sir, are you sure we can use it? I want to put things inside it too. Teacher, can I get any backpack? I want to show you what happens. He wants to give me that. I will appreciate it if you can give me. I want to show you what happens in the life of these children at times. Do I have a backpack? Okay, so put it at your back. Is it at your back? Okay. Can I have things? I want to load that backpack. The student is carrying this backpack. Yes, go. So the camera has to. So some of the students in your class, that's where they are. That's how their lives. They are carrying things. They are carrying things. Imagine a student carrying a backpack. At first, it feels normal. Then life begins to add stones one after the other. Okay, you have added rejection at home now. You have added rejection at home. One more. You have added humiliation at school. And one more. You have added bullying. One more. You have added big failure. You have added instability at home. But the child keeps showing up, the child keeps laughing, the child keeps smiling, but that bag is getting heavier. One of those children in your class, that's how that child is. Life has thrown so much into the backpack that child is carrying. And God or destiny just put that child in your way. Which means you have what it takes to turn the life of that child around. I know that we don't pay you as much as we pay the politicians, but you are the hand that forms the governor. You are the hands that forms the president. Please clap for yourselves again. If nobody's, is that how you're clapping for yourself? You don't even believe in yourself. Okay, so how do I support this child? How do I support this child? It's not pretending that that bag is not there. We're not going to pretend that but we're going to help the child. This child's name is Derek. We're going to help the child to offload by helping the child even name what the child is feeling. What's going on in your life? You're feeling shame. Where did this shame come from? They have to know that you are more than their teachers. Listen, these children, are we together? I think I should give you some time to even contribute. These children believe you more than they believe us, especially those of them in the junior class. I remember when my child was in the junior class, he comes home, he's doing something. I said, Yeshua, that thing is true. He said, no, Mom, my teacher said this thing is true. I said, where be your mom? I guess it's past your teacher. I said, Mom, my teacher said this thing is true. So the children believe in you. They see you. Do you know that somehow they feel that you can't make mistakes and you won't make mistakes? And you shouldn't be ashamed when you make mistake, own up that you made. You are not God. Anybody can make mistake. If you are calculating 2 plus 2 and then it ended at 0, find out, say, which of you in this class can solve this problem? Everybody clap for that child. So what I was saying as a teacher, you must help the child name what it is. Offload what he's going through. Don't add, offload. Look at another teacher, say don't add, offload. The third point of my slide before I want you to talk. So let's look at the third part of the slide. The next one. Please help me, somebody help me. The next one. Let's end by looking at your roles. We are done with symptoms. Let's look at your roles. Is anybody flipping the slide? I'm not trying to get you to be a therapist. But I'm trying, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I'm trying to get you to play very simple roles. Very simple. So 4 roles you can play in the life of a child. 4 roles. You don't need to be a therapist to play this role. So let me step out of the slide. The first one is safety before correction. Please, let your class be such that children feel safe around you. I know that we are trained to hold cane. I don't think we hold cane anymore. Or we still hold cane. Do they allow you to beat them? The children allow you to beat them. You see hold cane. Who is not holding cane? Who is holding cane? Okay, who is holding? You are confusing me. Who is holding cane? Who is not holding cane? Senior school hold cane. Junior school don't hold cane. Please educate me. Why do the senior school hold cane? I want to understand. I'm not criticizing. Give her a microphone. Just to correct them. Okay. So how does the cane bring the correction? I want to learn. I'm learning. Give her a microphone. How does the cane bring correction? Okay, I was saying that one of the first rules while they are trying to bring the microphone is know this and know peace. How do you create safety so that the child feels safe around you? Your students are not supposed to fear you. Your students are supposed to respect and revere you as their teacher. So how do you provide? And sometimes we do this at home. You create so much tension and so much fear. Nobody can learn under fear. Their nerves must calm down if they're going to learn something. So there are 4 things you can do for them. Number 1, do you know that authority is not in volume? Authority is not in volume. That if I want to correct you, whether I shout, for instance, I'm a Christian. If I shout in Jesus' name, I shout in Jesus' name. It's the same thing. Whether I shout it loud, I shout it. How do you correct your children with a calm voice when they are going astray? How do you correct privately first before publicly? How do you take the child aside and say, okay, we need to discuss this behavior? Now, because in my life as a young person, I have, from my home, more than 200 people have left my home from when they were children to their husband's house, to their not their wife's house, to their own families. How do you correct privately? When should you correct privately? When should you correct openly? Should you make it interactive? Those are some of the skills that you need to learn. You need to learn when to call this person aside and say, we need to discuss this behavior. Teaching is a lot of work. Nobody can pay you. Even if they pay you 1 million or 2 billion or 1 billion a day, it still will not be able to cover the amount of resource you spend teaching a child. I teach, and I know that virtue, whenever you teach, you're done, virtue leaves you. Are we talking? Are we together? So some of the things I say you can do, know when to escalate. Don't escalate from the beginning. Know how to pace your escalation so you escalate at the right time. That will help. Now, where there is love, next thing you can do, where there is love, there is no social boundaries. You must be able to put clear boundaries in your relationship with the children. Listen, don't allow your children send you to go and buy popcorn or send you to go and buy fried rice. If that child successfully sends you to go and buy fried rice, you go and buy fried rice, and he gives you small, you have lost your position, you have lost your authority. Tomorrow, he will tell you to sit on the floor. So you must understand clear boundaries as a teacher. Is it happening? Is it happening? Yes, I know that some of those children have come from very wealthy homes and they have a lot of money to spend, but don't forget who you are in the process. Don't forget who you are. Don't lose your respect because their parents have money. Don't also lose your respect in the presence of a father or a mother. You must know how to maintain clear boundaries when it has to do with safety before correction. And to a very large extent, my brothers and sisters who are teachers, take this from me. The child must know that it is safe around you. The child must know that I can discuss anything with my teacher, and I won't hear it. The teacher won't need to make example in class. Because there are few people in the class. So the child feels safe. His nerves are calm. Then he can talk to you about it. Number 2, the second thing teacher must do, separate identity from behavior. Separate identity. So we're going to look for anti-shame discipline. How do we correct them and not shame them? Let's also look at the labels we call them. When you say you're a very lazy student, you are doing the wrong thing. When you say you're a very, that you are, why don't you describe their experience, their behavior, describe their behavior rather than making an identity out of it. For instance, if a child is being lazy in class and you're a student and you want to talk to this child without talking to the child about being lazy, how do you say it? This behavior, like I told you that some of these things are done privately. Efosa, just like your children at home, can we have a discussion about your behavior in class today? I realized that your behavior today disrupted the class, made learning very difficult. And I'm sharing with you this experience. If you tell the child, presently, in the short run, I will be the one that will suffer it. In the long run, everywhere you go, this behavior will follow you. If tomorrow they say that you're the governor of Edo State, this behavior will follow you there. You must share that thing they have done. Don't make an identity out of it. Make a behavior out of it. Be able to separate a child's behavior from the child's identity. They are two different things. Don't say, so if the child stole in class, don't embarrass the child in class. Bring the child out. Don't tell the child you're a thief. Everyone, let's begin to clap for this child. This child is a thief. You must explain to the person the consequences of this behavior. And I told you that you must also know the time to escalate. Are we together? Look at your friends. Are we together? What did your friend say? Okay, so some things you must do. Accountability invites growth. One of the things, I'm a teacher too. One of the things that we must do is, if children know you believe in them, if they know you believe in them, they try their best not to disappoint you. If they know you believe in them, they try their best. I don't want to disappoint my teacher. The third thing is identify belief under behavior. Identify belief under behavior. How do we say this? Please, there is a way the students describe themselves. If a child believes he's not smart, he will behave it. If a child believes he's not good, he will behave it. So how do you help them? One of the things you're teaching, yes, you're teaching mathematics, but let mathematics talk about life. You're teaching physics, let physics mirror life. You're teaching Pythagoras theorem. Go beyond Pythagoras theory and show them how they can use that Pythagoras theory to live. If they leave the class today, how would they use that Pythagoras theory to leave the class? Those of you who are mathematicians, you understand what I'm talking about. Begin to show them the outcomes that will come from these things they are learning. And it is teachers that will create the value orientation we have been talking about since. It is teachers that will start it. Listen. I was told, I'm not sure, I don't have data, so I will only say it was alleged. I heard that some schools today, you will have to get the students to have expo or exam malpractice to be able to pass exams. Then you can say, oh, so-and-so school came #1 in JAMB. So-and-so school came #1 in physics. And then you have miracle centers where people write. The bottom line of that thing is that we are installing wrong beliefs in the lives of those children. Tomorrow we will not complain about the beliefs. So whenever you stand in the class, you are removing lies from their hearts. And some of the things that cause wounding, that cause trauma, that cause pain, that cause shame, is that lies have been established in their hearts. So my friends, you need to be sure that you are identifying beliefs. So these children are with you for 3 months, every 3 months. Watching them, you will see what they believe. They show it in their behavior. We should be able to know that this behavior, these beliefs will lead to this behavior. If you believe that you can make money by all means, you can kill your mother, kill your father, kill yourself, destroy everything, and that's a belief system. And that will be responsible for a certain kind of behavior. So, though you're teaching mathematics, remember that you have a job to correct beliefs, to remove lies. You don't need to mention the name of your religion to know that each time you stand in front of a child, you have a job to do to correct beliefs. How do you correct beliefs about our definition of wealth and success in Nigeria as a teacher? How do you correct who is a brilliant student? How do you correct that? In fact, one day I asked them, what is the outcome of education in Nigeria? If you go to Finland, there's an outcome. If you go to anywhere, there's an outcome. What is the outcome of education? Don't go too far. We don't have our own. When you finish nursery school, you go to primary school. When you finish primary school, what is the outcome of primary school in Nigeria? When you finish primary school, you go to, what is the outcome? When you finish secondary school, what are the things you should be able to do? When you finish university, you do what? You go and do masters. So, which means, so even though we don't have that as a system, it means that you can stand in your class, even if you're the only student, and say, when I finish this class, I'm expecting that out of this class shall arise men and women who will redefine Nigeria or move Nigeria from a developing continent to a developed continent. The resources I'm putting inside you today should be able to build a Nigeria where AI is not something that is far away. It's something that we can discuss. You'll be able to give them things they can touch based on what you're teaching. That's why I'm saying that you must continuously separate behavior from beliefs. Don't call them by their behavior. Call them by who, as their teacher, there's something you believe about them. In fact, for me as a teacher, I call them, most of my children, I have my own name for them. This person's name is, I look at this person's name, so your name is Adeswa. Whatever is the meaning of that name is what I'll be calling you. Even though before you, that child does not behave well. The last one, replace reaction with a skill. My dear friends, I know that in our school, that obviously, we are not giving skills to give the children. You can add it by yourself. Now, let me tell you something. I believe that anywhere you see yourself, in spite of whatever they are giving you, do your best and leave the rest. Because I've discovered you may not reap where you have sown, but you will reap what you have sown. Till today, I'm still looking for my maths teacher. That woman disturbed my life well. And I hated mathematics, therefore I didn't like the teacher. Once the teacher enters the class, I will just move like this. So the teacher will target me as I'm moving, Katarina, back to class. I said, why does this teacher hate me so much? It is now that I realize that teacher actually loved me. So ask yourself, whatever thing you are offering, English, mathematics, physical education, how do you make out a skill out of it? How do you leave every class and the children are looking forward to the next time you're coming? The next one. Let's conclude. So 3 questions before I leave your front today. Number 1. Having listened to me today, you go back to school next week. Question number 1. And you see a child in that condition. Would you be able to ask the child, what are you feeling? What is going on in your heart? Please don't raise youths. Raise mothers and fathers. Don't raise youths. From JSS 1, when you're looking at them, you're looking at someone's mother, someone's father. That's why when you see a child carrying a lot of stone, you should be able to ask the child, what are you feeling? What's going on in your heart? Why is your face like that? Sometimes the children enter the school and they want to commit suicide. Thank you. The first person that should tell us is the teacher. Yesterday or 2 days ago, a young girl committed suicide in Lagos. Few years back, a young man with very wealthy parents, killed himself. When I used to teach young people, I used to tell them that in Nigeria, that 20 years ago, I said, yeah, no Nigeria will commit suicide. No Nigeria will commit suicide. I think I'm changing that language now. Because it looks as if people will just drive somewhere and just kill themselves. Please, before they kill themselves, teacher, before they come to a place where they are so traumatized, they are so full of shame and guilt, teacher, you should be able to look at their faces and see what nobody is saying. Because they are with you 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm not asking you to replace parents. I'm asking you to do your best. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Within that time, you should be able to ask a student, what are you feeling? Sometimes when they give you that data, that behavior, I call it data, you should be able to find out. Number 2, find out what they are telling themselves. If he says, I'm maybe a girl in the class, no boy has ever toasted her like we call it here. Nobody has ever asked her out, is in the class. She feels that she's not good enough. And she's thinking that something is wrong with her. Even some of them who are boys, that none of the girls have ever said, you are looking fine. That's enough for the boy to think that something is wrong with him or something is wrong with her. Teacher, you should be able to tell them, to ask them what are they telling themselves. And when you stand in the class, give them the best of names. Sitting down in front of me today, before I begin, is the next governor of Edo State is in my class. The next president of Nigeria is in my class. Today, the one that will change how Mercedes looks, the one that will reform Africa from a developing continent to a developed continent is here. If you are the one, clap for yourself. That's what you tell the students. So, and that thing you tell them, say it so much that when you call them by the side and you're asking them the same question, they are easy. It's easy. I say, you say, remember the last time I came to class? Remember what I told you? What you're telling me now is not who you are. Tell them, even if everybody in this class rejects you, that does not mean that there's something wrong with you. If your father does not have money, your mother does not have money, it does not mean that you're less. It's part of your school. It's part of the things you say when you talk to them. The last one, what's truer, more helpful statement. As I leave you today, you go to school on Monday or on Tuesday. What is that one statement that will be very helpful for these children? That'll be enough. That's enough. What's that one statement? If you leave these teachers connect today and show up in your class on Monday, one statement that will be more helpful, that when they look at it, in spite of how Nigeria is, they'll tell themselves that this is true. If you can find it, just help me write it down. If you don't write it down today, when you get home, statement. That statement that makes you a teacher who is raising people to become very healthy. Let it become a statement that carries you everywhere you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Can we give her another round of applause? I hope we learned something, because all this is the foundation for everything else, and it's important. It's why we gave it the most time, so that your perception of yourself right? Is that fair? 3 questions are good, right? So you won't miss me outside. So listen, you know what we're agreeing on it now? So that when somebody is asking their question should not remind you of your own question. No? You know how that's how it always works. I didn't have a question till they asked their own. Right? We'll take 3 questions and then we would continue the conversation. This is one long conversation. Are we still together? I have somebody who decided to sneak into the hall a while ago, without whom I would have died sometime in 300 level. I don't mean assumed death. I mean physical death. My 100 level course advisor is here. She holds a very dear position in my life. You know, I told you I have many mothers. So Mama, please stand up, let them see. right? She's here. She'll be talking to you later in the afternoon. Most of you may not know, but when they gave birth to me, I was non-HBSS, and what that means is that you are they call it sickler, right? And I've managed this condition all my life. I don't believe in it like that, but I take it on because sometimes I have to face the realities of it. And sometime in 300 level, I decided to do, my mom will always tell me you don't love yourself. Because I had this mentality that nothing can put me down. And whatever I want to achieve, I will achieve. So sometime in 300 level, I went to go and join Taekwondo. Just so I could do it. It wasn't to beat anybody, it was just so that I can tell myself I've done this one. And I think that I had a grave injury that period, and I came to school and somebody looked at me and said, "You're not looking well today." Right? At that point, I was dealing with that. I had an ulcer because I was eating as though my body runs on Mountain Dew. I thank God that drink went out of market. At that time, if you checked my blood, you will see it was green from Mountain Dew and meat pie. And it wasn't for lack of resources. It was just instant energy, instant sugar, Mountain Dew and meat pie. I'm telling you, it wasn't for lack of resources. Let me put it in perspective. My weekly allowance in 2006 was 6,000. I was in 100 level in 2006. My weekly allowance was 6,000 a week to go to Uniben from Technical School Road. Right? I'm putting it in perspective for you so you understand it wasn't for lack of resources. My school fees for 200 level was 7,700. So it means that even if I was wasteful, I could pay my school fees every 2 weeks. Just what I'm saying to you. It wasn't for lack of resources. Sometimes it was copying people, just seeing how students hustle life. As I started feeding on Mountain Dew and meat pie, I had developed an ulcer. And one day I came to see her in her office, boisterous. And she looked at me and said, "Hey, you're not looking good." That's how Malt and Mix started, though. Are you following me? So that season was sustained because someone looked at me and said, "You're not looking good." You have to be more than an instructor. You have to become an educator. And part of being an educator is something they call in Latin, in loco parentis. The truth is that in this generation, parents have outsourced parenting to teachers. Are you following me? There are many things that are wrong with our generation. We have outsourced mental health to pastors. Sorry, we have not just mental health, character development, mental health, common sense, even economy. Because there's no road in Benin, but what our pastors do with all the money they collect every Sunday? You have a governor, and ask him. We have the way we outsource things to God, that's how we are outsourcing things to pastors. Right? Now, parenting has been outsourced to teachers. So when a generation fails, parents are not blamed, teachers are. Do you understand it? It's a very simple equation. When a generation fails, parents are not blamed, teachers are. And I gave that illustration to help you understand that this is your reality. And AI can't touch this. AI is never likely to be as empathetic as you are. These are the things you must become as a future-ready teacher. Do you understand? Because students will still have mental breakdown. I have a downline, I hope she's not watching this, that asks ChatGPT about her feelings. So your students are already doing it. And you know what AI is doing? AI is an aggregation of information. Complete aggregation. So if Mama K's lecture now lands on the internet, as it has, because we're live streaming, AI would take that information and add it to storage. So the day somebody asks about mental health, the day somebody asks about wholeness, they will take a bit from her, they will take a bit from everywhere else and curate an answer. So what happens in a future where stupid voices are louder? I hope you know it's already happening in Nigeria. That stupidity is louder in Nigeria than sense. It's why somebody can leave the US and come to Lagos, and what was trending was young, strong, and healthy. And I'm a streamer, I know, you know I'm big. Are you following me now? Of all the things Nigeria had to offer to the world, when that guy came to show Nigeria to the world, what they saw was Pella. And what's the other one's name? Egungun. You know what it means? The worst of us are now representing the best of us. And people who don't know anything about us will define us by the worst of us. Without further ado, this is not my session. I want to take 3 questions. So I have one already. 1. Do I have a 2? 2, 3. Good. So please, somebody help me with a mic. Mommy, please come and help us answer some questions. We have about 10 minutes to do this, so let's do the question like testimonies in church. I know my God has worked for you. Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ma, for the insightful lecture. I have 2 questions, kind of. I'm doubling as a teacher and a school counselor. And while you were talking about, you made mention of understanding students based on the baggages they come from home with. Well, I have that understanding that students don't intentionally come to school to misbehave, in quotes. There are 2 things. There are times teachers relate with the student based on the behavior they exhibit in class and all of that. How do you make a teacher, okay, a student has confided in me about certain things. I alone know why that student is behaving that way, but my colleague doesn't know. And I'm not supposed to divulge that issue, that's information. How do you let your colleague understand that this child is behaving like this because of this? That's 1. Then 2, parents have about 90% role to play in what how well teachers can even do their jobs. Recently, something happened at school, and we found out that the child had a phone in school. The child did something wrong, and then a teacher was supposed to discipline the child. This child called his dad, and before we could say Jack Robinson is in school, we thought it was a colleague that called, not knowing the child had a phone. This boy has always had a phone in school. Now this father came in to interfere. So now parents also, if you want to talk to parents, how can we also help parents to help their child? Thank you very much.
Counselor, what's the name of your school?
UBTH staff.
UBT staff. I'm happy to hear that we say have counselors in schools. Some schools don't have. Okay, 2 things. So I begin from the last. The world is operating in communities. You have Facebook community teachers. So do we have a community of teachers who can stand together? Because you already have Parents Teachers Association. So when they come for Parents Teachers Association, if they go for Parents Teachers Association, what do they discuss? What issues come on the table? So if the teachers have a stand together, then they can stand in solidarity when a teacher is being maltreated. If they have a community, because people are selling out because of poverty issues. That is mindset issues. That's 1. Okay. The second one is, I like as a teacher to build a relationship with the parents of the children that you're handling. It's another part that is important. The 3rd one, some parents became accidental parents. They didn't have any reason. They just wake up like this. They realize now that they are so much further. And some of them, their parent children are more mature than them. So in that, you pray to God to help the parents to move from the part of it to become a parent indeed. The other one, community can handle it. Then the one now that has to do with the first question. Let me say this, I didn't say it at the beginning. Everybody here believes in some kind of spirituality. I am a Christian, I subscribe to the Christian faith. The first teacher is the Holy Spirit. You can't teach without partnering with the Holy Spirit. That's speaking from my own faith. All right, any other religion you participate, whether it's Shango or Ramena, whatever it is, there is a spirituality that helps you know that there is an invisible world that influences the physical world before you can teach. So I will begin to say this to those of us who practice any kind of religion, that if your religion permits you to pray, it means that you begin to start with the students on your knees. You start spiritually with the students before you come to class. Okay, maybe in the breakout section, we'll go deeper into that I can show you how a teacher turned the life of a student who is addicted by just simply, this is a secular platform, let's leave it like that. That's one way. Two, every student, every teacher is a counselor, whether he went for a counseling skill or not. Every teacher, because you are interfacing with people's life, people are giving you their life. You must understand how to work with that. If we have that background understanding, it's easier to talk to teachers. But if you don't have that background understanding, God will not help you. Tell someone what I'm talking about. Because when you say something to someone who does not have understanding, can cause fight, can cause quarrel. Say, are you still saying I'm not a good teacher? Some people became teachers not because they are passionate about teaching anything. They don't see any work do, now they pick teaching. So at that particular point in time, maybe we create a policy in the school that will help us manage that kind of behavior. And I do hope that the policy will work. But when he gets to the breakout section, when there is a breakout section he spoke about, is something I want you to register, because when we get to breakout section, we begin to talk about the 3 calls of education that has to do with life skill, virtue, and values. How do you install this? How do you develop the tools and the tribe to be able to have this as a person and install in the life of another person? Those are some of the things that will come up in the breakout section. This is a campaign that we are doing to bring you to the main course. All right, the last question. Chancellor, I would like to talk with you outside the scope. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My question is about a particular child.
Yes.
I recently encountered her this term, and I've realized that.
What school is that?
Goldmark Education Academy.
Okay.
For my first encounter with her, I look at her as she's smart, she writes well, but she's a bit. Will I say lazy? She has this lazy character of not writing. She looks, how do I put it now? I don't know the word to use.
She's withdrawn?
Kind of.
Okay.
And she's not outspoken. I feel, from my encounter with her, I feel she's bottled up a lot. And I don't know how to get to her.
Okay. So I will go to practical side and I will use the system side. This is the first time you're encountering her. She's come to your class for the first time. She was there before.
She's been in my class.
She has been like that all the while.
For last term, I didn't take note of it. But from this term, I've come to observe.
Very simple. Just draw very close to her, become her friend. She will open up to you. If something's going on at home, if she's been abused, she's being sexually abused, or there's something going on with the parents, if you come the biggest training tool you have is the currency of relationship. The economy of relationship is the biggest training tool. The moment you draw close to that child, the child will start telling you stories, will tell you what happened. And when he tells you, please make sure you bring it up so that something can be done about it, in case it's something dangerous. All right. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you for highlighting ways to support children carrying emotional baggage. My question is, what strategies would you recommend for teachers who are also dealing with their own emotional challenges while trying to effectively support their students?
Please clap for her. That's a A1 question. Okay, on this platform, two things. Next week, I'm going to be having an emotional healing workshop. It's always limited. It's always limited. People are supposed to pay, but you can come free. So when you come, just bring a written note from him. You can come free. That's one. Two, there is another one that they are being processed for weeks, once a week for about 12 weeks. Once a week for about 12 weeks. People have paid. I don't know whether there is still slot, but if he can give you a written note, you can attend on scholarship. We'll pay for you.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Can we please put our hands together for her? Come on, I know it can be better. Okay. So let me start by saying this. I was thinking about how to make this sustainable, right? You didn't see us for 5 years. Because, hear me, I promise you that as surely as the Lord liveth, I will look for funding. I'm not being intentional about it, but I will look for funding to make sure that this happens more sustainably. Are you following me? Many of you knew that the last time we were here, T.Y. Danjuma Foundation sponsored us. I am going to chase them up. I'm going to chase companies that want to do CSRs. I'm going to chase non-profit organizations to see how we can do this sustainably. We'll start once every year, and maybe going on, we'll do twice every year. Now, the idea for having a, what Mom is calling a breakout session now, what word did I use earlier? Boot camp, right? The idea for having a boot camp was to make sure that the things we can learn here, we're already pressed for time, and the session has not, I'm not started what we came here to do. We're already pressed for time. That's how bad it is. We're trying to compress 3 days into one, right? And so what you're getting is key points. The boot camp originally was just to teach you AI skills. I have one person here who is a computer wizard. I worked with him, so I know that he's a witch. Sorry, he flies by technology, not at night. Right? And I have begged him I think he came in from Abuja for this. I have begged him to give us some of his time so that he can train practically. So I want to learn how to use chat. I want to learn how to use Claude. I want to learn how to use all these other platforms. He can help us practically. You're going to be seeing, is my video ready? You're going to be seeing a 3-minute video, and then I'll come back for 5 minutes. I'll just stand aside for 3 minutes, come back for 5 minutes, and then we'll begin to hold a real conversation. We have set a good foundation for where we are. And this video is supposed to tell you, okay, good. Do we have audio? All right. Take it to the beginning and this is the hearing on
Dr. Jared Cooney Horvath. I'm a former teacher turned cognitive neuroscientist who focuses on human learning. A sad fact our generation has to face is this. Our kids are less cognitively capable than we were at their age. Since we've been standardizing and measuring cognitive development since the late 1800s, every generation has outperformed their
Jared Cooney Horvath. You can search about him. He has a very enriching YouTube page that you can subscribe to. This is a 2-hour session that I think you should watch. I have watched it myself, right? And maybe when we're sharing the materials for this conference, let me say here, please, we don't have time to bother about you writing and taking pictures of the screens. If you want to have the entire video of this conference while live streaming, it will be on YouTube. Are you following me? So you can go back to it. And it's already, I'm not saying it's going to be available. I mean that after the session, we're not taking it down. It's going to be there. We're going to move it from streaming now to our own platform. So you will have access to it. So no need to bother about, let me quickly take pictures, let me quickly write down, right? So that you can ingest this thing and digest them, and then you can revisit and study. So, media, please, just for 3 minutes.
Dr. Jared Kuma-Horvath. I'm a former teacher turned cognitive neuroscientist who focuses on human learning. A sad fact our generation has to face is this: our kids are less cognitively capable than we were at their age. Since we've been standardizing and measuring cognitive development since the late 1800s, every generation has outperformed their parents, and that's exactly what we want. We want sharper kids. And the reason for this largely has been school. Each generation spends more time in school. We use school to develop our cognition. Congratulations, you see your correlation. Until Gen Z. Gen Z is the first generation in modern history to underperform us on basically every cognitive measure we have, from basic attention to memory to literacy to numeracy to executive functioning to even general IQ, even though they go to more school than we did. So why? What happened? What happened around 2010 that decoupled schooling from cognitive development? It can't be school. Schools basically look the same. It can't be biology. This hasn't had enough time to change. The answer appears to be the tools we are using within schools to drive that learning. If you look at the data, once countries adopt digital technology widely in schools, performance goes down significantly, to the point where kids who use computers about 5 hours per day in school for learning purposes will score over 2/3 of a standard deviation less than kids who rarely or never touch tech at school. And that's across 80 countries. Bring it home to the US. Let's go to the US. We have our NAEP. That's our big data. Here's a fun experiment you can try. Take any state NAEP data, compare that to when that state adopted one-to-one technology widely, and watch what happens. The NAEP data will plateau and then start to drop. When tech enters education, learning goes down. Over the last about 2 decades, we've been doing a lot of work in what we call the science of learning. How do human beings learn? And we now have the clear understanding of why tech does not work for learning, and it is all biological. It's not that the tech isn't being used well enough, we haven't been trained enough, we need better programs. It's we have evolved biologically to learn from other human beings, not from screens. And screens circumvent that process. So that leaves us with 2 options. Option 1, when you know something is wrong, do better. So we could just say, hey, mea culpa, get some of this tech out of schools, go back to what we know works, some analog methods, cool. Or 2, we could redefine our terms. We could redefine what it means to be an effective learner. Think back to your childhood, to your schooling. I guarantee all of us at one point took a test on reading comprehension. And the way it looked is this. Here's a passage of about 750 words. Here are 10 to 12 questions about that passage. Most of them are inferential, not factual. They're asking you to go beyond what you just read to see what you understood. Last year, the SATs had a reading comprehension section. Here's what it looked like. Here is a single sentence of 75 words. Here is one question, fact-based, about that sentence. Next. Here is another sentence of 75 words. Here is one question about that sentence. Next. Last year, they redefined reading comprehension to mean 54 short sentences with one question about each. That is skimming. That's not reading. Why would we ever do that? Because what do kids do on computers? They skim. So rather than determining what do we want our children to do and gearing education towards that, we are redefining education to better suit the tool. That's not progress, that is surrender. Even in schools, it doesn't matter what the size of the screen is. If it's a phone, if it's a laptop, if it's a desktop, and it doesn't matter who bought it. Is it school sanctioned? Does it have the word education stamped on it? It doesn't matter. All of these things are also going to hurt learning, which in turn are going to hurt our kids' cognitive development, right at the time when we need our kids to be sharper than we are.
Right? Okay. And what that means is that we must take education beyond feeding children tools. It means that the teacher who is equipped for the future must lead the instructive process. And for that teacher to lead the instructive process, they must understand first the why for these tools. So why do you want to expose your class to generative AI? It means that the ways that we give assessments, the ways that we test cognitive capacity must change. Why do we want to expose our children to generative AI? Why do we want to expose them to agentic AI? Why? How does that better the lesson? But even more than the lesson, how does that better their journey? Right? I'll talk for about 2 minutes on the 5 generations of AI evolution. If AI is evolving faster than humans can think, it's shocking. At some point, I was having a conversation with somebody about where does it stop? Now I'm saying, you know what I'm saying is evolving faster? Because there was a long stretch that gave us what we now know as generative AI between 2000s and 2010. And that gave us generation 1, conversational AI. You ask it questions, it responds to you. Basically behaves like Google, but smarter. And somewhere at the end of that first generation, in generation 2, they began to introduce reasoning. So you see that the difference between ChatGPT 3 and ChatGPT 5, I think it's 5.2 that's the latest now, right? Is so far apart that you can literally hand over all of your work. You can put in your lesson, put your curriculum into AI now and tell it to prepare your lesson notes for the next 12 years. And tell it that I should not repeat any lesson, notes for particular topics should not have the same content. And you will have it in 30 seconds. Are you following me? And well, then now we're like, oh wow, that's cool. And they said, okay, that's not enough. In Gen 3, we are going to do agentic AI. And agentic AI is actually what we now call AI agents are actually starting to replace people. Because why do I need 5 people on my team? If I can have an AI agent that will do the work of all 5 of them. So it means that let's take a sample position. Give me any role. Any role, not teacher. Sorry? Data analyst, right? I should go and hire, I did some polling, and I want somebody to analyze it, right? Obi, now you help me here. What large language model does analysis the best? Claude, good. So I take all that poll, and instead of me to pay somebody to sit down in a room for 3 weeks as a consultant, analyzing my data, I take all that polling, I tell AI to transcribe the interviews, it transcribes them, fits them into some kind of Excel sheet, and I take all that CSV files and I put them into Claude. And in 30 minutes, Claude has done, 30 minutes is too long, in 10 minutes or less, Claude has done the work that will take 5 data analysts the time to do. You know how they tell us in Africa that you should learn tech skills, learn graphic design, learn. If in 2026 you are bothered about learning a tool, I can tell you for free, you will be left behind. You will never become as efficient as AI in driving software. So the designers of the future are not those that know CorelDRAW. They are those that know what a good design looks like. Just what I'm saying to you now. Let's bring it down to teaching. It then means that lesson notes, lesson plans can all be automated. And if I can automate it and find a reasoning that says to me, if this work can be automated at the level of the school, are you following me now? If it can be automated at the level of the school, I just need instruction deliverers. I don't need as much teachers as I would have needed because the work has reduced significantly. Again, this is not about mastery tools. And I'm not saying tool mastery is not important. It is extremely important. You cannot be ahead of something you don't understand. Do you understand what I'm saying to you now? You cannot be ahead of something that you don't understand. For you to be ahead of something, master it first. Right? The next thing is, the next generation is autonomous AI. So we now have agents that can run simple tasks by themselves. You can now outsource a department to AI because they can do reasoning, they can sync data. But we are going to begin to have AI that will give themselves the work. That just have to understand the agenda. For instance, the agenda is form a school. Then they will break down all you need to form a school. Give themselves the work. Assign it to organizations. Are you following me? Assign this set of AI work on this set of work on this. And very soon we'll begin to see really intuitive AI. AIs that will push beyond human reasoning. It means that we will see advances in medicine, advances in education, advances in technology that took us hundreds of years to arrive at. And these advances will come just like that. And when we get to that point, we arrive at the age of the supercomputer. Entire systems run entirely by AI. And AI is partnering with robotics. At some point in this journey, this is what is happening. And this is why I'm here. At some point in this journey, if you follow my gist, humans will become useless. Humanity will be seen as a weakness. Are you following me? If the problem is maths, the machine is always going to be better, faster, more accurate, no mistakes. So why would they need maths teachers? Are you following me now? And I'm not just saying it at the level of teaching. I asked a friend once, because we're talking about AI and artificial intelligence, right? Clone Robotics and a few others are already building what they call UIs, uploaded intelligence. So at some point in our existence, they are going to factory kit your children with chips to help their brain perform better. If uploaded intelligence becomes the normal, what use will be a normal brain? Are you following me? We're not there yet. Don't panic about it. It will happen in your lifetime, so it's not too far in the future. Right? And I told you earlier that Elon Musk is building MacroHard. Microsoft, MacroHard. And MacroHard is a software development company that does not employ any software engineers. Because all the software engineers in a software development company will be, you guessed right, AI. And they will process faster. No holidays, no taking time off, no my wife is pregnant, no maternity leaves. It's like what ATMs did to banking. How many of us remember banking before ATMs? Who remembers banking before ATMs? Where you had to fill a deposit slip to pay money in, and you had to fill a withdrawal slip to take money out. The kings of that world were who? Tellers. Right? Tellers will form for you, then bank will be full. There's somebody, the one day somebody just made, what they call it, ATMs. And all of a sudden, I go to bank every 2 years to collect a card, and I never come back. As we go into the next conversations, take all of this, add them to what you're considering learning. So we'll do one more session, and then we'll go on. I don't know if we'll go on break or lunch will be passed around. Right? We'll go on break or lunch will be passed. So give a 5-minute break, a pee break, then lunch will be passed around. During that break, there's someone here who wants to talk to you about planning your future, pensions, and all of that. They will come back quickly, and then we'll get into the sessions that follow. Without wasting more time, I have somebody I consider a very dear brother. You know him, we love him, TJ Chunu, and he's coming to take this conversation even deeper than we've had it so far. Can you please put your hands together for him?
Sorry, is this AI hands that are clapping or human hands? Please be very generous. Please celebrate me. Thank you. Don't be like wicked teachers. Celebrate me. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't say you're wicked though. I said don't do like. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And Happy New Year. A quick question. How has your year been so far? How many of you have achieved all your goals? Okay. If you have achieved one, let me see your hands. Great. Some. Okay, you know how it is in the new year where we'll come and I want to, move mountains this year. And you have not yet reached Ikoba Hill. Okay? And then for those of you who have achieved your goals, how many of your goals did AI achieve? None, right? I like that. Thank you so much. So, I didn't do slides because one of my goals this year is to ensure that I talk within my time frame. I talk for a living. So, yes. And trust me, if I enter that gear, we won't close today. I normally train from like 9 till 4. And yeah, they pay me for talking, like many of you. You teach and you enjoy it in school. So I did a lot of writing. I'll cancel write. Oh, this thought is good. Let me put it here. I did that. So permit me to do this because I'm learning to manage my time. And I've set my time. I want to do less. And when I finish, that means I've achieved my goal. So if you see me do, that means I just scored a goal like Arsenal winning the last, they drew the last match. But let me ask, how many of you love to have fun? Please, let me see how many of you there's still a child in you. It's good that I know who I'm talking to. You don't get phone when you're small, so you won't get the phone now. Correct. We're in the same WhatsApp group, what I had when I was small. I strongly believe, as teachers, so my mother was an educator for over 35 years. And then she didn't retire from teaching. She only retired from teaching in school. And then she started teaching health and wellness. And then she did that till she turned 80. Now she's 83. And yes, please clap for my mom. Thank you. I'm trying not to make this one of those sessions. I want us to gist, have conversations, and possibly have the Q&A as we go inside the time. Just turning 83, she has raised a daughter who has taken up from where she stopped on one direction, and that's the health. And then she has a son here amongst 5 others who now teaches. So please, once again, celebrate my mom. There's a story I heard about a student who was always answering all the questions solved, given to them in class. Is the first to submit, is the first, to always respond. The answers are neat, the answers are always on point, correct. And the teacher now asked, can you explain your answers? Somebody say, Gangang. That's the end of the story. So the boy couldn't really explain how he got the answer. I remember in those days, our math textbooks, the questions are in front and the answers are behind. Is it still like that still today? Do you know what I would do? When I'm trying to solve and I can't solve it, I'll just go to the back. I'll get the answer. I'll not just write jargons, I'll write the answer. My teacher will ask me, how did you solve it? I said, Uncle, the answer is there. No, what did you really want? This is not the answer. I gave you the answer now. Why are you stopping me? How did you get to the answer? I said, Uncle, let me confess. I actually traveled to the back of the book. I found the answer and I brought it. Is that not some work done? Is it easy to travel to the back of the book to get answers? It's, somebody say, wisdom. So, but the young boy just basically said, I searched it and I copied it. And you know what that told me? is that today students really don't struggle with intelligence. And you heard what he said. And then, by the way, everything that Pastor K said is true. I hope you know that. You heard what he said. Students don't really struggle with intelligence. They actually struggle with effort. Because AI gradually, or technology, gradually, the wrong use of technology gradually is killing our cognitive abilities, our ability to think, reason through things, and that's why today we barely have conversations. So let's imagine before this session started and we were all in this room here waiting probably 20 minutes before the session started. What would we be doing? Oh, I have one very serious uncle here. He said he would be doing what? Oh, I thought you said scoring himself. I was going to give you A+. He said you'll be scrolling on your phone, right? And you get to realize that even those of us that we are not Gen Zs, we talk about how we were brought up. We are the ones that will sit in this hall, scroll. Sometimes somebody will say hi. You will not raise your face to even look at the person or know the color of the clothes. You can just say hi back or hello, good afternoon back, and you really don't care. So if technology can affect us at this stage, this way, what impact is it having on our children? I leave that question for my opponents to answer. Oh, math teacher, no wonder. Uncle wants to confuse me. Thank you. Who said false again? Who said false again? Okay, so we all agree, apart from uncle, mass uncle, that many of our students these days are lazy, right? What if I told you we are all wrong? Who said yeah? Why did you say yes since? What if I told you we're all wrong? What if I told you that we are, and that's part of what I just talked about earlier, what if I told you that we are looking at them from our lenses and not from the lens of life? What if I told you that our lenses are blurred due to our experiences, which I explained when I talked about my wife? Because she responded from her frustrations, not necessarily. So the question was, what my son was doing, was it bad or good? Was it good or bad? Good. So why did my wife yell and scatter the whole thing? Yeah. First and foremost, me and you, we know that thing won't catch any thief. Abi? That's your lens. But can we acknowledge the ingenuity of the child who wanted to solve a problem? What if we take that child and start to work him through technology or AI, or what my brother is going to talk about, and he builds a solution? Do you know he could be the next Elon Musk? But do you know what? We just killed him because we have all concluded that thing will not catch a thief. Who says it's your thief he wants to catch? What if it's the thief in his own generation that he's planning to catch? So it is not that children are becoming lazy. It's because, one, and this is how I explain it, our definition of hard work comes from our working hard through life. So we have been told, we have been programmed. If I go into that, that's going to be like another session. We have been told over time, we have seen from my experience, we have seen outside the context of the tools available that if we must succeed, we must work hard. True or true? That's what we're told. That's what we saw in our environment. What happens to the child who comes and creates an app and goes online and launches this and the first day gets $1,000 that some of us may have never had in one pay? What is the hard work there? The hard work is no longer the physical labor. It's now the ability to think constructively, think creatively, and then create solutions. That is some hard work. Thinking is not easy. If it's easy, many of us will not be here. Come on, talk to me. If it's easy, if it's very easy, maybe we'll be having this conference in Dubai. And you paid first class by yourself. If it's that easy. So, one of the things we need to understand is that our students are shaped differently. What did I say? Let me also give you one of the things, conditionings that brought about that different shaping. That shape. Let's go back to the 90s. I was in secondary school, early 90s. You realize that when we have any research to do, where do we go to? Talk to me. Where do we go to? Library. How much resource do we have in the library? Limited resource. How many children have access to that resource? Few children. How many children need the resource? All the children. So all the children are in need to limited resource for something they need within a limited time frame. At the end of the day, we now score those who get it higher than those who couldn't access it. Well, it happens. Now let's fast forward. And then, even if you have to wait for somebody to return the textbook, how long do they use to borrow that year? It's 1 week, Abi? 2 weeks. Good. By the time the person returns 2 weeks, you may have taken about a month to get that information. Fast forward to today. How many children have access to information? Almost all. How available are the resources? I like that. It's at their palm. Now, note this. When they go for that resource, what do they see? So many unnecessary things, yeah? What else do they see? Yes, more than what they asked for. So for every topic, there are multiple opinions, multiple research on one singular thing. And just like she said, while they are going through the unending flow of information, they now see many unnecessary things. Like some of us, we pick our phone and you just want to check one message and you see ping, oh, let me see this notification. I click on the notification and before you know, you are on Facebook and then you are on Instagram and then you are scrolling and you look, hey, I'm running late. Or you now start asking yourself, what did I come to look for here again? That has happened to you, right? Now, that is where these children find themselves. Is it their fault? Good. So, and sometimes we punish them as though they force themselves into this reality. So, the average child gets in 1 day what many of us were looking to get in 1 month. Do you know what that is? Information overload. And they lack the ability to sort through and filter the information with understanding. So what you see as the outcome of that is that they will naturally run in multiple directions until one works. Are we seeing that? So that's part of what's making the nature. Let me explain this as well. Talking about making it easy. Today on the media, not just social media, on the media at large, you get to realize that success has been redefined. True or true? Now the question, dear teachers, this is going to come as a stinker to you. How many of you look like the future that you are teaching your students to have? I'm sorry, I'm just asking a sincere question. Because if we don't deal with this, we'll just be deceiving ourselves. Will your student look at you and say, I want to be like you when I grow up? Yeah, I like that. Well, does it, God forbid? Yes. I hope you get what I'm saying. But we are training them for a future. And we are training them as though we are in that future. And this is the point. I'm not hitting at you. That's another conversation. This is the point. What media has projected to them, remember they are blasted with multiple messages per second. What media has projected to them is another definition of what success is, that is voided of all the values that you project. So, every day they are seeing 30 billion gang. Abi? Which other ones are they saying? Who can tell me what they see? Sorry? They are Whiskey FC. All of you recently, there's one young man that came to Africa and shook the whole continent. What's his name? If you don't know the name, you're in trouble. Oh. What is the name of the man that visited Africa and shook Africa? I Show Speed. How old is he? 21. He even turned 21 in 2021 in Lagos. Yeah, for after Morocco, AFCON. 2021 in Lagos. This guy was paid over $600 million by YouTube for sitting in front of the camera and just talking about everything he's doing every day. Which mass and which cockroach does he need to pass, draw, and complete to get that? Are you seeing what these children are saying? My son now wants to be a YouTuber. Every day after he prays Jesus, the next thing is I should speak. This is what is in the face of the children. And every day you are coming to speak English. Like my generation is very angry. They'll say, draw and label cockroach. Who help? Cockroaches that me I kill without wanting to know. I want to kill every part and scatter it. So we need to understand this, in as much as, and that is why some of them come to say things like school not scam. I don't support that statement, but basically it's the fact that there is a change, and most likely we are operating from an outdated syllabus when it comes to facing reality, and we are stuck there. So if we do not understand this, we will not know how to help the children. Also, you get to realize that before, attention span was like 42 seconds. Do you know how long the attention span of the average child is now? It is shorter than that of a golden fish. The golden fish attention is 9 seconds. The average child's attention span is 8.2 seconds. Every 44 seconds, maximally, they watch a video and the next thing you see them do is, even you, when you go on Instagram, how do you scroll? Do you wait and watch the thing to the ending? Is some teachers in class, once you enter the class, what the children are doing? They are scrolling you fast. They want the next thing to play. So the attention, and then you come and you start talking and talking. That's why you find out that most of the, like Pastor K was also saying, he said, become their friend, right? That's what she said. Most of the students, they naturally flow in the direction of the teacher that makes them laugh, makes them happy, that plays with them, that tells them story, not the ones that wants to teach them to be good students. True or true? But yet we are still teaching them to be good students. Yeah. I've been mentoring teenagers for I think about 20, this is 2026? 2026, right? I've been mentoring teenagers for 28 years now. Yeah. And I got to realize that anytime I went to church, a church invited me and I was talking to the teenagers. They gave me a topic to talk about. I think living your dream or something. And the pastor who was talking before me was talking about fornication. She was talking about fornication. Are you getting it? To teenagers. Fornication. The whole class was silent. After she told them holiness, she told them all those things. You will go to hell, everything. The whole class was silent. Any question? Nobody raised their hand. When she finished, they clapped for her. She left. The class was very calm. I was wondering, these people must have been touched. And then when they came out to dance and sing before they invited me. You need to see the burst of energy. I was like, these people that have been this touched could dance like this? So when the mic came to me, I said, Auntie was teaching. All of you is doing like though you don't know that sex is sweet. Is sex not sweet? They say yes. And that was how I took her session again as my session. She was talking about fornication. These people know about sex, not fornication. Are you seeing language? Yeah. And then she was talking about fornication from a judgmental point, of which what she was saying was true. Thank you. How many minutes I have? Jesus is Lord. You see, I say I talk for a living, and this time, let me read. Can I just read? Can I just read? Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir. So anyway, you get to understand that their language differs, okay? So one of the things we face is that we've seen there's reduced tolerance for delayed gratification because everything comes now. So they want everything now. We see that there's high exposure with low processing. I'm just summarizing all I've said. And then we've seen the third thing I didn't mention is identity formation influenced by digital culture. So the average young person is no longer the Benin, the Urobo, the Yoruba. There could be Chinese Benin. There could be French Urobo. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Yes. So cultures, because of connection, the world has become a digital village. They are learning the cultural values of others and infusing it into theirs. So they are necessarily not just gradually, we are also losing our cultural identity. That's what I'm saying. So because of that and because of how things happen, they want to be liked and appreciated. So you see them always looking for validation through the likes and all that. I have so much to say, but let me just skip. So let me say this, and it may sound uncomfortable. Many things we see as behavioral problems, they're actually motivational problems, not behavioral problems. And if you get to understand that, just like that question the lady asked, is there is always a why to what they do that is not about behavior. So sometimes it could be anxiety, it could be fear. Sometimes it could be loss of purpose or meaning that makes them act. So in my house, my stepson has an idea that was sold to him that I didn't love him. So he starts measuring what I do with all the other children. At a point, it got me really pissed until I started to understand that all this guy was just asking for is just that assurance that he's not an alien in my house. That's all he needed. Yeah. Then my last boy, the one who's just 3, I have 5 of them, the one who's just 3, that one has a knack for attention. He just wants you to know that he's there, and he wants you to know that you know that he's there. And he just wants to be anything. He just wants to be. He will hold your hand. He will hold your clothes. One thing, he will jump on your back, And if you are all he just wants is attention. And if you give him attention, the guy is the best child. So we start to reinterpret behavior not as a problem, we'll find ourselves helping our students do better. So research in education psychology actually identify 3 drivers. One is competence, that's I can do this. That's something that helps students. 2, connection, I belong here. And I just talked about that about my son. And then meaning, that this, whatever they are doing, matters. Let me jump and let me go to modern realities shaping students' behavior. We've talked about that a bit, the instant answer culture. Students now live in a world where they want things now. Yes, then 2 is that of the comparison economy. Okay, whether we like it or yes, students will always size. That's why you find out that they are never comfortable in their own skin. Because when they get to school, there are conversations that go on. Someone sets the standard internally, and there's someone who sets the standard externally. Unfortunately, those who set the standard internally are no longer their parents. Because many parents actually are just paying rent for the children in their homes and not parenting them. Yeah, many parents have lost the connection, have lost the influence over their children, which now, brings double burdens to teachers. So there is the social media exposure, there are the curated stories and lives. Now that I was just referring to I Show Speed, right? And there's another young person who was just paid almost $1 billion, for just doing nothing other than just doing like this. You know who that is? Who's that? Kabi Lane. Oh, you guys should know all these things, though. Okay, see, the third thing here under modern realities is the what I call cognitive shortcuts. That's using AI to assist in learning, but without guidance. Unfortunately, and I'm glad that there's that session coming on. Interestingly, I'm running my digital parenting workshop, the 3rd I'm going to be having Benin, and we'll be focusing on what I call the AI parent, where we should learn to lead our children in the use of technology, even if we don't know how. There's a way to do that. How do you lead children? And look at this, you need to acknowledge this, that you were born into an analog reality, and you are trying to adapt into a digital reality. These ones were born into a digital reality. So all those your analog statements is a syntax error in their ear. Syntax error. Yeah. So the problem is no longer with them. The problem is with us that we've not upgraded. That's why I say we're running an outdated syllabus. Okay? So the danger is not technology. The danger is outsourcing thinking. And education loses its soul when students stop struggling productively. So, let me just skip from my time because I know time is up. So let's look at some practical solutions I wrote here. What teachers can do immediately. Let's just move into some practical things. One, teachers will have to learn to teach thinking and not content. You heard you watched the video where out of how many thousand words you need to bring out meaning, now they just ask you for one thing. Anything happens at my house, I'm asking my son, so what do you think? As teachers, we shouldn't point them to the answers. We should point them to the maze. Do you get that? And let them navigate. As they are navigating, do not measure with, I know how we measure in class to scale as success or fail. The truth is there's actually nothing called failure. We have designed it to measure ourselves for our generation. Or in this reality, there's nothing called failure. Every failure is a successful attempt that didn't go well. I hope you get that. So we get them know that they tried, but can we try again? They tried well, but can we try? What are we not doing well? And that's how Thomas Edison got light. What are we not doing well? You know what he said? That I did not fail at making light work. What I did is I made 100 or 900 or whatever times how light would not exist. So we count success in every attempt. We help them navigate through the maze. So teach thinking and not just content. Let's ask more of why, how. So, you said this. Why do you think so? How do you think so? How do you think it happens? So let's remember what they struggle through than what you just point the solution to them for. Let me ask, one thing about learning in learning psychology is this. If I ask you the most exciting day or the most depressed day of your life, does any of you have an answer for me? Can you remember your happy? Come on, talk to me now. You are the students in the class today. Can you remember the happiest day of your life? Please talk to me. Can you? Or you are not happy? You can remember. You can remember the saddest day of your life, right? Can you remember what just happened maybe on the 2nd of December 2025 around 3 p.m.? You can remember, right? But you see, because your emotions were stimulated at one end or the other end, so by default, humans will always remember and recall things that happened when their emotions are heightened, either positively or negatively. You get that, right? So if we understand that, then we get to realize that helping them or guiding them through struggle is part of the learning. Also, 2 is this, what you can do is help restore meaning. Explain why learning matters beyond exams. A motivated student is rarely a behavioral problem. So just keep explaining why. My child will ask why. I will answer until I tell her I don't know why. Let's find the why together. Okay, 3. Build practicable classroom culture. Young people, they will thrive in an environment that is firm but fair. So be consistent with that and reduce the anxiety in your class. 4, use technology as a tool, not as a substitute. So why AI is good? I know a lot of people, before you ask them a question, they've gone to AI. Why AI is good, like the story of the students we spoke about, let them also be able to explain why they have that, and then most importantly what they learn. This is what I do with my children. We watch movies together on Fridays. Today's Friday. We'll watch a movie later today. And then when we watch a movie, they know that they must carry paper and biro. Because daddy will ask them, what did you learn? So watching movies is not just an entertainment, because the truth is every movie is a script that's programming you. I hope you know that. At the end of the movie, something has shifted in your mind, and then it has shifted in your behavior. Okay? So I let them, let's learn from this. Learn from everything. Finally, number 5, model the behavior we desire. Students learn more from who we are than what we say. So let's model it. Okay, in conclusion, I'll say this. Education starts at a defining moment. The question before us is not whether students will use technology, they basically will. The question is, will they remain thoughtful human beings while using it? If technology can give answers instantly, then education must focus on building the kind of character that cannot be downloaded. The future-ready teacher is not one who knows the most tools, but one who understands human development deeply enough to guide young people through complexity. And that's what I've been talking about. Machines may change how students learn, but only teachers determine who they become. And that responsibility and privilege has been given to you and I. So I want to say thank you for the work you do. I want to say thank you for shaping tomorrow. I want to say thank you for also committing to be in this conference. And I want to also say thank you for listening to me. No questions. But I'll be glad to take one or two questions, if any.
Okay. Same as before. No, not same as before. For time, can we do 2 questions? Same order. 2 questions. Do I have anyone? You know what I mean, so you don't ask questions. Either he was a very good teacher, or you were...
Or he was the best teacher. Don't go there.
All right, I see 2 hands already. Okay, good. Somebody... Where are all these people?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, sir. But my question is, I'm currently teaching a child that she's kind of slow in learning. She doesn't learn very fast, but she's good, but she doesn't learn very fast. And the parents want results. Like, okay, at the end of the term, there's the first position, so they want to see results. But I've told them, like, over time that just allow me teach what the child needs for now to be able to grow the habit of reading, learning, and just being the best that she can be. But they don't want that. They want to see results. But every time I try to teach subjects, the child is not even interested. So how do you get that kind of parents to agree with what you are currently doing to make the child better without, where the child still do well, like results, like in their results, but getting them to agree with you?
Do you want to take another question? I should just go with this one. What's your other question? Okay.
All right, so thank you very much, sir. You said something. You said learn to lead children to use modern technology, even when you don't know how. How?
I was expecting that. Let me have that mic, please. So let me start with yours. Okay, it's very easy. Children actually know sometimes when you don't know, but because they respect you, they just flow. You know, there was a church I was where the pastor was preaching, and he was preaching, and the lady who sat behind me, we went to church, she said, say, Uncle, I've read this thing somewhere before. Because the man said something, that God gave him this divine agenda. He was just preaching. I was in another state. And he said, she told me, Uncle, I've read this thing before. I told her to focus, don't let the enemy distract you. And guess what? She went on her phone and she downloaded the slides the pastor was using to preach. At that moment, service has closed for me. You know, so, you know, in those days, we try to act as though we know everything. The truth is, no one knows everything. And I let my children know that, you see, because we are all made in God's image, talking as a Christian, we're all made in God's image. There's a part of God that I am that you are not, and there's a part of God that you are that I'm not. So that means you will know something I don't know, and I know something you don't know. How do we get to know? That's why the whole body fitly joins together. There's a supply. So I'll tell my children, it's time for adult education. Come and teach daddy all you know. Do you know what also that help me does? It helped me know how smart the children are with technology that I've not yet discovered. Because they will leave, you go and block WhatsApp, you go and block this thing. They will down, you know this thing they say they used to do assignments now, Google Workspace. You know, not all those chats, this thing, Google Workspace. When you see them on Google Workspace, maybe they are the doc. Google, no, not Google Classroom self. Google Workspace, that's the doc. You think they are typing documents. They will share that document with email with another person. As they are typing, the person that's reading it. Yes, and they are chatting. And they are chatting on Microsoft Word online. Yes. But you won't know. You will see them there, Microsoft. Because if they open chat, you will know and all that. So you just, they're the ones that tell me some of the tricks. And I laugh as though it's funny that they are smart. They didn't know that is plugging. So I let them lead me by making them know that I'm learning from them. And then I must make sure I have something to blow their mind away. I'll show them something. Daddy, come and teach me. I say, no, just wait. This one is for next week or next month. And so they're looking for, because there's something they will certainly learn from me. But I'm also getting myself immersed in their world by making them feel. And do you know how proud children feel when they teach you something? There's a student, a classmate of mine in Uniben. Our lecturer was making a mistake. And this guy kept on telling us, this thing is not correct. This guy's head is on fire. I said, why did they tell us? Tell lecturer now. He raised his hand and he corrected the lecturer. Because of that, he didn't get first class. The lecturer is still in Uniben. This guy is flying around the world today. You think you can imagine the damage. Yeah, so open up. Let your children know you can learn. Let the students know. In fact, let them come and tell you the latest trending things and build on that. Okay? So does that answer your question? And then for you, ma, God is your strength. That's the first thing I would say. Now, everything has a solution. But then, like I said, most parents are operating an outdated syllabus. And because you were paid to do a task, it will be very hard for you to have that conversation with them. Yeah, because your goal is to deliver. One of the ways we can do, and this as a coach or as a consultant sometimes, this is how we make money. Refer them to me. But on a serious note is this. You have to be highly intellectual to present a report on the work you are going to do that will lead the parents in the path for them to find that they are their problem. I'm just giving some secrets, so if I'm charging you when you meet me, you know the kind of things we do. I hope you understand. So what can you do? You see me after now anyway, but one of the things you can do is ensure that you help the parents, let them know you're going to help them achieve the goals, but there are certain things, 1, 2, 3, that we need to do. As they are doing that, you need to engage them in the process. I've done that, and I've put a parent into an exercise where they did a test and they failed. When they failed, they now had to know that they had to focus on their passing before they can tell the child. Because I told them I would exchange the result with the child. There was something we did. Exchange the result. They said I should not try it. I shouldn't try it. They now saw that. I said, so you understand why this child is struggling. We need to do 1, 2, 3 things. And they opened up. But just going back, see, there is no parents who just go and tell them that this is the problem. This is that has given you that mandate that we don't fight you. I hope you get that. But then also, you can also look for other communication channels around. You can also suggest in psychology that things, you can do suggestion. You can suggest, let them watch this. Let them watch this. You think it will help the child. Let them watch. But you think it will help the child. And when they see, they are just like this clip. There are clips they will see, and before you know, it starts to rewire them. And then one other thing you can do is help the child succeed using some informal methods. Okay, help the child succeed. Let them understand that success is not necessarily carrying first in class. I never carried first. I almost carried in class. I almost entered. What we used to call it? There's a name. Something's honors list. I almost also honors list are like first to 10th. I almost entered honors list, but what did I carry? 48 out of 50. Daddy, I almost the highest I ever got in school was 21 over 50. And even you see where I came home that day, they didn't celebrate me. I will die, But then looking back, if my father is to call one child without thinking twice, he'll call my name first. I've taught in places where he was amazed and he was sitting there as a student. And he was telling everybody, that's my son. That's my son. That almost came first. Right? So, some of those can help reframe their perspective and understanding. But I would be glad to help you. Did I help you a bit? Thank you very much.
Please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, thank you. Like I said, we're trying to run 3 days of conference in 8 hours, and God will help us. All right. Very quickly, we're going out for, it's a 5-minute pee break. All right, 5-minute pee break, stretch your legs. When you come back, I think lunch will be served where you are. Right, and we're going to have about 10 minutes for that, which is a 15-minute total. Is that enough time? Good. I am happy that this is a democracy. Right, that's a 15-minute total. If you decide to have your lunch here, you can. If you want to take it home, you can. It's packed, but please do not litter. All right? We teach it in school. So let's be examples ourselves. Please do not litter. While you're having your lunch, we have somebody who will come talk to you about pensions. Right? I know he will eventually advertise his company, but he will pay us. So this is what will happen. See that boot camp we're planning? His company will support. We'll go and meet them to ask for funds. And now, right? Because a lot of things, now when I was thinking about that boot camp this morning, it felt like a tech-only thing. Now Mama K is telling me she wants to come for it. She wants to come and have sessions with you during that boot camp. And I can't pay her. Now that she's offering. People must let this down. Alright, also more than that, we want to be in a community, so we're not talking too much, please. This is 1:15-ish. We're back here by 1:20, and then you're having your lunch, your interactions, while listening to Mr. Branch for 10 minutes, then the next section comes up by 1:30. I love you all. God bless you. The time starts now.
This year they go no say I don't come. Smart work no be a giddy. Las Vegas no be last giddy. Vision sharp go dizzy. If na useless work I'm busy. I don't wicked now shut you racing. People bad na the reason. Since 2015 I be singing. You self try if it easy. It goes up like train the time where you sleep. I swear to God Almighty, Popsy go show you the brand new truck with my mommy in the GSC. Before I find the waiting I see, no fit talk you waiting I see. From this year talk it to me nicely. Put him as in that supremacy. Go ask your cash no more. Leave shit for back like bomb. From Abuja to London. This year they go no say ask your cash no more. Leave shit for back like bomb. From last kitty to London. This year they go no say
You see, I waited for this time. I've been hoping for someone like you. Hope you remember, I'm not doing this life without you. So hold on, 'cause baby, you know it. I go nowhere, this your matter could put me inside trouble, and that's fine by me. You said you know when you call me, my baby, I go enter my motor and show. told you this 1,000 times. Oh, if it's love you want, then I'll supply. Listen to me now. You're my life, my love, my honey. So just hold on, 'cause baby, you know I go nowhere. This your matter, go put me inside trouble, and that's fine by me. You said you know when you call me my baby, I go enter my motor and show, 'cause I go nowhere. 'Cause I go nowhere.
Dime, esto es lo que tú querías. Yo soy fino, esto es trap de galería. Tú eres un charro, Rocky de aquí, una porquería. Yo un campeón, Rocky Marciano, Rocky Balboa, Rocky Balbía. Tengo la ruta, tengo la vía, sí, tengo la vía. Los gastos de noche facturo todo el día. Tanta plata que me gusta que me chapen. Por eso le meto a tetas al pía. Ustedes no saben lo que es estar en alta mar cuando siento cuero. Que los zapatos te mame el bicho en el cielo. Lo que tira el 500,000 en el putero. Por eso tu opinión me importa cero. Por eso tú estás 101 en el top 100 y yo estoy primero. Ya no son raperos, ahora son pocateros. Más que tú estás cobrando mi barbero. Chingando y viajando en el mundo entero. Ay. Bebiendo mucha champaña, nunca estamos secos. Primero llegó Betapen, después llegó Checo. Si Pablo me viera dirá que soy un berraco. Ustedes hablando mierdillo, los míos por Monaco. Bebiendo mucha champaña, nunca estamos secos. Están hablando solo, están hablando con el eco. El signo del dinero, ese es mi nuevo zodiaco. Prende un puro, la familia está en Monaco.
J'avais 20 ans, je caressais le temps et jouais de la vie comme on joue de l'amour, et je vivais la nuit sans compter sur mes jours qui fuyaient dans le temps.
Créeme, los carros de F1 son más rápidos.
Black leather glove, no sequins. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite shit. Nike crossbody got a piece in it. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street shit. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide. Left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. Hey. Don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you the passion. It's a thriller in a trap. Where we from? Baby, don't you wanna dance with me? No, I could dance like Michael Jackson. I could get you satisfaction. And you know we out here every day with it. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide. Left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Can't let this one slide. 2,000 shorties wanna tie the knot, hey, yeah. 200 shooters on my brother's block, oh, yeah. Pedal off the roads like I love it, not, maybe not. I don't know what's wrong with me, I can't stop, oh, yeah. Won't stop, oh, yeah. Never stop. Got so many ops, I be mistaken ops for other ops. Got so many people that I love out of trouble spots. Other than the family, I got it's either you or me. That's just how I think it's either you or me. This life got too deep for you, baby. 2 or 3 of us about to creep where they stayin'. Black leather glove, no sequins. Buckles on the jacket, it's elite shit.
Nike crossbody got a piece in it. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street shit. I'ma show you how to get it. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this one slide. 2C slide, then I hit it double time, then I hit a spin, cause we spun that block a couple times. If it's not the right time, there'll always be another time. I'm not even tripping with to see him in the summertime, whoa, yeah. Can't describe the pressure I be putting on myself, yeah. Really, I just can't afford to lose nobody else, yeah. If they moving shaky, we just do the shit ourselves, well. If I'm moving shaky, Chelsea do the shit himself, yeah. Solo niggas on a YOLO for real. Heard a lot about you, but we don't know for real. Next time, guarantee the truth will get revealed. Black leather glove, no sequins. Yeah, buckles on the jacket, it's elite shit. Nike crossbody got a piece in it. Gotta dance, but it's really on some street shit. I'ma show you how. It go right foot up, left foot slide, left foot up, right foot slide. Basically, I'm saying either way, we bout to slide. Hey, can't let this
talk to you about pensions and retiring well. All right, I'm sure most of us would have a contributory pension platform that we're already given into. If you're in a private school, that might be different. And they're now doing AI things. It's all right. So for the next 10 minutes, he's going to come up by, all things being equal, by 1:38. Our next section would begin. If your hands are not too busy, please, I should also say this. While he's talking, food will go around, right? Eat with your mouth, listen with your ears, right? So while food is going around, also bear in mind that you have 10 minutes to eat. So sharp. But I think it's that it's structured in takeaway packs so that if you can't finish, you can always revisit it. Thank you very much, Mr. Branch. Please come up, over to you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My name, as it may sound very funny, is Branch Michael. And I happen to be one of you guys. I graduated from the Faculty of Education, University of Benin. And also special salutation to my mommy Uyo Saiti. Thank you, ma. I happen to be one of your students. Thank you, ma. Okay, quickly, I believe we have those on the, I'm talking about life after work service. Okay, briefly, life after work service. I believe we have those under the federal scheme, right? Hello? Those working with the federal parastatal, University of Benin teaching, University of Benin school, right? Whatever it is, we have those under Edo State. And I'm not sure how many schools put their teachers under CPS, Contributory Pension Scheme, but I think we have that in Lagos. But if that's the case, if you're a tutor or a teacher with a private institution, if that's the case, this is for you also. Okay, this idea came out as a result of interfacing with people who have given a large chunk of their life to service. You know, as the case may be 35 years. That's if you want to do teaching for that long, okay? And you have people after 35 years, you know, meeting them and you hear things like, is it this money I'm going to be living with after retirement? You see some people going with 2.5 million and like, what's happening? So it's important that you start planning ahead of time. You know, those persons that I met probably felt when I retire, government to give me 20 million. You know, like they say, teachers, your reward is in what? So, but it's important you start planning now. That's just the idea, okay? So, about planning now, I want to talk about two things. For those that still have good years remaining before retirement comes, it's important you start planning ahead of time. And also they say you don't use your retirement money to build house or to complete a project. Okay, but it's important you start planning now, okay? And one of the things I want to talk about is savings as of now. As little as it may seem, it's important you start now. If you have, let's say, 10 years, 15 years, it's important you have a savings plan now. Okay? You can be doing monthly, you can be doing quarterly, you can be doing semi-annual, annually, but very important, have a saving plan now, because except things changes, there are situations whereby 1 year after retirement, nothing for you. So what will you be living on before your, what they call accrued rights, for those that know? Accrued right, what federal government or the state government will be adding to when your retirement is due. So before that time come, what will you be living on? Okay, so it's important that you start having savings plan. Okay, we have investment, we have what we call deferred annuity. Okay, many things to talk about, but time will not permit me. Okay, like I said, my name is Branch. I work with custodian pension. Okay, and we've been in existence since 1965. So we're into making your after work or after service life beautiful. Okay, please, are we together? Okay, so like I said, number one is that start planning before your retirement. At least you might think it's insignificant, okay, but it's very important. Like I said, because of how much I've met with people that you're thinking, 35 years of service and this is what I'm going to be living with. You get, imagine after giving 35 years, you have to plan your life with 100,000 naira every month, and you are earning maybe 600K. You can imagine that kind of a thing. Okay, so start a savings plan. Then 2, like my elder brother, let me speak in the language of His Excellency Peter Obi, my well-respected elder brother, Mr. A, said, some of you might be, might have what we call a pension plan now. Okay, this is where I will not be able to talk so much. I will just give my contact and then we can proceed afterwards, okay? Now, when you retire, there will be 2 options for you, but I'm not going to go into details for that right now, okay? So if you do not have a pension plan, please start one now. You can get one, what we call deferred annuity, like I said. You can start one, okay? You can meet me, we can talk about it. Or if you have a pension plan, when your retirement comes, it's important to make wise decision. Okay, it's important to make wise decision by choosing the best pension plan to follow. Are we together? Okay, I hope everyone is getting what I'm saying. It's important to make the wise decision on which pension plan to follow. Okay, and it's not government that will be taking care of you after retirement. Either federal, state, okay? It is now a law, okay, that everyone must be under CPS. So after retirement, government is not going to be taking care of you. You have your whole life to yourself to decide how your years after service will go for you. So this is where I'll stop right now. So 2 things I've said. Please, for life after service, start a saving plan, okay? And secondly, if you get to, for those that do retirement, I know there's a mommy I'm seeing here. I will not call her name, but I know she's close to that time for retirement. If you're close to retirement, please, I would like to meet you, talk to you, so that I can guide you on how to make the wise or the best decision for your life after service. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Branch. We're also going to be making his numbers available. It will be on the teachers' community WhatsApp group. So if you're not on that platform, let them know at the registration desk so they'll add you to it. A while ago, somebody came to me and said that, while we're preparing for this conference, actually, a teacher reached out to me and said something that struck me. He said teachers are overworked and underpaid, right? And what he said was that while we're thinking of ways to make life better for you, we should also be looking for investment options for teachers and how teachers can, outside their 9 to 5s create revenue for themselves. So it's something we're thinking about presently. Like I said this morning, the boot camp is still an idea, but it's beginning to take a lot of shapes right now. And so we'll consider that. We'll consider low-risk investments for teachers, and also investments that you don't need a lot of money to. So if it's introduction to the stock markets, for instance, there are a few Nigerian shares that are doing really well, or buying treasury bills, where if you have a little money to put aside, you can grow wealth for yourself. Or think about getting somebody who is investment savvy, and we will add them to the curriculum for our bootcamp. Remember, I said, as much, and listen to me, the reason we're making this bootcamp paid is not to make profit. I hope you understand me. Ravenbrooks International is still a non-for-profit organization. But the fact that we're non-for-profit does not mean that things come to us for free. Do you understand that? We do not come here and we say, oh, we're non-profit, give us all. You get that, ba? And so it means that there are costs that we have to pay. We have to pay for a venue cost. We have to pay for facilitators cost. We have to pay for the tools that you will use during the boot camp. So if I'm telling you, for instance, come and learn a particular application, and that application has a subscription, somebody has to pay for it, right? And because of all these reasons, that boot camp cannot be free. What we will do is, at whatever price we put it at, I'm not sure what that price will be, but at whatever price we put it at, we will make sure it is worth more than what's the value. And we'll also try and make sure, I was thinking this morning, I called somebody at CCT. We'll also try and make sure that it is certifiable, so that you can add it to, your professional journey, and you can go on with that without, eating now. So people want to join my mother's session, eating. It's all right. As long as we eat with our mouths and listen with our ears. Because we're pressed for time, this place is civil service, and they told us they close 4 o'clock. The reason we changed venue, sorry, I have to apologize to that for that to all of you. We are choosing a different venue that gave us the, the freedom to stretch ourselves as much as we wanted to. But a lot of teachers began to complain about distance. They were like, oh, this place is too far for us. So by the time we received 3 or more complaints, we just told ourselves there were 2 options, right? Make buses available or get a closer hall. And getting the closer hall was the cheaper options, because if we were saying we were going to make buses available, they were going to put at least 6 buses and take them for the period of the day, and that would have been a lot of cost. So again, apologies for the last minute change in venue, especially those people who had to go to the avenue first before coming here. I know your mouths are busy and your hands are busy, but can we start the next session now? I will assure that our manipulation will not affect our cognitive assessment. You know, sometimes you think slow when you are eating. Can't leave the food is sweet. All right. I'm bringing up a trained teacher and one of the best teachers I know. Some of you ask me, why do these same people keep coming? It's not because we don't have access to other resources. And it's not because they are cheap. Right? It's because we want to build something that lasts. I'm bringing up a trained teacher and one of the best teachers. And you can really do your research and find out. In his field, TJ is the best, or one of the best. So if you look at life coaches and check their certifications, before you count top 5 in this region, TJ will be like number 2, if not number 1, right? I'm pretty sure in this region he's number 1. And I cannot think of any other person in this region, right? That's best team in this region. The only reason I said number 2 before was I counted the whole of the South. And then when we go to Lagos, we have some senior brothers there, right? But Make is not just a pastor. She's a certified life coach. And she won US. Ikena knows the degree. Meanwhile, that's my sponsor. Good, I've casted you now. I call him my sponsor because his connections gave us this hall like this. Sometimes influence is not money. It's also help, right? And Mrs. Stella Oyo is one of the best teachers I have met. And I have met a lot of teachers. I did quite a lot of reading before I ran away from it, right? I studied primary school, secondary school, and I did 4 years in university. Then I did masters. Then I went to go and do PhD. At some point, and I ran away from the PhD. I've done professional courses, right? And Stella Oyo is one of the best teachers I know. So please put your hands together for her as she comes to teach us learning, design, classroom culture, and character formation.
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be with you. And thank you, Ehi. I've known Ehi since 2006, right? Yes. And he was very small when he walked into my office. But I loved him. And I still do. And I still do. We fight, we settle, and it goes on. You've done so well. I have a lot of them that do extremely well. And then I have a son that I gave birth to. And there was a period my son was misbehaving. So I called them to my office. So I actually set up my son. I went out, I bought things, he was not like, hey, mommy, let me take my own. And they asked him, when it's your turn, we are before you. So when everybody was collecting, it was finished. He was like, wow. And I said, you need to behave yourself. And thank God he's done very well for himself too today. So we are looking at learning design, classroom culture, and character formation in this encounter that we have that is titled Artificial Intelligence, Learning and the Future Ready Teacher. So the first question I want to ask, who is a teacher? You know, some people will say teachers are born. Do you agree? I say teachers are trained. And why? I will quote an author. How many of us know the Teachers Registration Council? And how many of us have their handbook? You've registered with them. Go through that handbook today, and you will find out that the Teachers Registration Council handbook defines a teacher as somebody who is trained either in a college of education or a faculty of education in a university. So in a university. So you find out that a teacher is one who is in class, and in a class there is a culture. And what is the culture? The teacher interacts with his students. But I want us to know one thing, that Vygotsky in social constructivism sees the teacher as the more knowledgeable other who acts as somebody who directs. So most times in a class, you don't just come as, I am the one who has all the knowledge. You come and you interact, you ask questions. Generally in my classes in the university now, I teach for a while, and I hand students, I put them into groups, I hand them topics. They go out, they research. So as they present what they have found, I begin to add to it. It's not only this is part of it. What does it make it? It makes our learning enriched. We should not also forget that in as much as we have a lot to do, we have a lot coming to us, AI cannot replace teacher-student interaction. Can it replace it? It can't replace it. So you become an excellent facilitator, and AI becomes what you use to enhance learning. So we are looking at artificial intelligence, and then when we look at the classroom, in the classroom, there are certain cultures that take place. In the classroom, we learn. Is that not so? We teach our students learn. And not only do they learn, we impute ourselves into them. There's hardly a time I pass by the corridor that students are not greeting me, good afternoon, ma, good afternoon, ma. I guess it's because I'm friendly to them. Students actually come into my office and ask me, what does not have to do with learning? Ma, see, what do? We look for a way to sort it out. When students trust you, I can tell you there's nothing they will not tell you. Up to their parents. At times I invite parents to my office and they will say, we didn't know. So, I always behave that I don't know everything. And when I go to class and I teach, I ask, is there anything you know that I don't know? And we go on like that. So, when we go to a classroom, there's what is called classroom management. You are the teacher. You manage the class. You manage the students. When students, let me use one word, we call see finish. See their teacher finish. That class can never be organized. You can punish them. You can do anything. But know that they know your capacity. They know where you end, where you start. So at the end of the day, they can't respect you. So what does a teacher need? You need to be, number one, tops in knowledge. You are going to teach. It's a subject matter. Have it. Don't, when I go to class, I prepare. I go the extra mile, and I will prepare myself very well. Any area you're coming from, if I don't know it, I tell you what I have today may not be enough for you today. We'll come back to it some other time. So after teaching, I organize quizzes. Quizzes. We don't just learn for today. Yes, I agree with what everybody has said, but let's not forget that we have a curriculum that we are working with. So you must teach within the curriculum, and you must also include those things which the curriculum does not contain, which will better the lot of the students. And that is what in curriculum we call the hidden curriculum. They are not spelled out, but they are there. It is not spelled out in the curriculum that you, math teacher, will counsel students. Is that not so? But you counsel students. So that hidden curriculum. So most times it is those hidden things that make children grow, not actually what we do in the classroom. Please, can you put my topic back on? I really want to talk on that topic. No, not this. A particular on classroom. No, classroom. That was my picture you put. I want to start from there. Classroom culture. So classroom has a culture, and then it has a character. The character of the classroom is that the classroom should be calm. There are times the classroom can be calm. I'm an English teacher. There are times when I come to class and we put a topic, I tell my students, you can wrap it for me. That is the only way you can understand it. So we have fun in class. You can have fun in class, controlled fun. You can organize anything in class. You can make your class what you want it to be. The class doesn't just have to be. We can come to class and decide that we are not going to sit like this. We are going to sit in a circle. It's a culture we want. Maybe we want to do speech. You get what I'm saying? Whatever you are doing, look for the methods that will make it better. But I want to point out one thing. It's true. People are making a lot of money using AI and AI and the digital life. But then you find out that people who are grounded in it, who went to school to study and now go in, they do better. I went for a youth camp, and a young man was talking. He said he left school because he wanted to work on the keyboard and become adept in the keyboard. So he left school because he read it somewhere that, what's this creator of Microsoft name? Bill Gates. He left school and he went to, he's now the richest man in the world. So I listened to him. So I now called him. I said, what school did Bill Gates leave? He said he didn't know. I said, go online. Tell me the school that he left. He now came and said it's Harvard. I said it's 1 or 2% of American youths that go to Harvard. The way you have Cambridge in the UK, that's how you have Harvard. It's the best. You know, the best of the best will go to Harvard. The next set, maybe they will go to Yale. You know, they put them in categories. I said, so, and when he left, what did he go to do? I said, read it. I said, because at least you are online. I said, he went to work and he was going to night school. There was no time he abandoned formal learning. I said, that helped him. And I said, now you have abandoned, you know that you even went to music school. You are just going up and down, hustling. I said, but if you go to school and you take out time to work on this, your keyboard, the education that you have will give you an edge over because it will teach you how to manage your time, how to manage your resources, and how to go better. I said, you have a phone. It can give you somebody who will become your motivating factor. Person becomes your coach. Oh, this person. And I asked him, have you ever heard of Tom Brooks and Integrity Music? Are you following him online? Tom Brooks is somebody in those days I know could do wonders on the keyboard. And one day I watched an interview. He said, the way you go for your 9 to 4 work, all those albums by Ron Kenoly, Don Moen, he was the arranger. He said the way you wake up by 8 o'clock, go to work. That's how he wakes up, go to his music room, sits on his keyboard, and keeps working till 4 or 5 p.m. He closes and he goes away. So that's a separate kind of classroom. We must make our classrooms interesting so that when you are coming, the students are excited. They go and sit down and wait for you. That's what used to happen. I will remember the first class I ever had as a teacher. So I used to go with because I was an assistant lecturer, then with my prof to class. So one day he said, Stella, it's your turn. You have to go to class. That was my first class. As I was entering the class, the students were shouting, we are tired, we want to go. So I stood in front of the class quietly, and I was like, God, what do I do? So one thing that came to my mind was a scripture, and he wrote on the ground. So I turned and faced the blackboard. I wrote what I had to teach on the blackboard, and I put there, assignment. I put the date to be submitted, how many pages, how they should organize it. So I started walking away because they are tired. And they told me, come back, come and teach, come and teach. Please, we don't want assignment. Too much work. So I came. I taught because I was prepared. And when I said I was tired, they said, no, continue. Those were the people who were tired earlier. That was the first time I started teaching, and I'm still teaching and still talking till today. Teaching is a hard task. Teaching is not easy. It's true. Thank God for AI. You can use AI to prepare your lesson notes. I've done it. But know that AI is one-way traffic. You must go through those notes and put the evidence of a living soul into it. You must put a living... You are going to teach human beings, right? So you put the evidence that you are going to teach human beings and you are a human being. And like I said, AI, we are having interaction. You are following me because I can see your faces. If you were not following me, I will know. That interaction, that relationship, it was because I saw his face. I knew he was not well. Why? I have been seeing the face. Something happened last year. They brought a student who was supposed to have graduated, and the student came to my office, and I could not recognize the student. And the person who brought the student said, then you were a bad student. I said, why, sir? He said, one thing I admire about you, you know your students. I can't teach you and not know you. Maybe it's now, but in time past, if I have 200 course advices, I will know them by name. If I have 300, it's my duty. I just want to know them. Because there is a difference by when you come and say, good morning, students, or you come in and say, he, good morning. He feels personal. I like to have a personal touch. It makes the classroom interesting. It makes it, because we teach in the university. All we do is lecture and we'll go away. But I found that even at that level, students need to be mentored. It's when you mentor a student, the student will not go and join cult. Oh, a lot of things happen. When I was doing my PhD, I had to go and do research in a secondary school. So while I was there, they brought a student, a young boy, a teenage boy. The sister said they noticed marks all over his body. It was then I was shocked. I've never seen such a thing. Secondary school, the thing. And they said, oh, when they now started asking the boy questions, a boy in another school took him to go and join cult. So all those things we were seeing were courts. One was against gun, the other one was against knife. And I was just like, so a lot of things happen in our schools, especially at that level. So we really, really, really need to keep our students. Then how do you manage AI in the classroom? What do you use? You find out that in Nigeria, the push for, I'm reading my introduction now, the push for digital transformation in education aligns with national development goals. Do we know the national development goals? We should. And ICT in education policies. But then, there is no effective integration of ICT in the classroom. Some schools don't have light. So how do you bring in AI where schools don't have light? In some areas, somebody put something on, said, help me share. We've not had light in my area since November. There are schools in those areas. Are there not schools? And they've not had light since November. So how do you become a future-ready teacher? And how are you driven by AI to improve your classroom activities? Because when we say AI in education or artificial intelligence, you are going to bring them into several applications, intelligent tutoring systems. When you teach, AI helps you to plan your notes. The problem in the university now is that when you give students assignment, they just use AI to type nonsense and come and give you. They don't even read. Once you just give them the assignment, they can just, and you just come. So you can find 50 students submitting the same thing to you. So me, I always tell them, don't worry, me too, I have AI the way you have it. So if I read the first one, I put it aside. It's very interesting. Maybe I scored it 9/10. As many of you that did the same thing, I will put all of you together and share that 9 among all of you. Because people made me read the same thing over and over again, and it's boring.
So when they want to do assignments for me, now everybody settles down. Yes. If you read one script and you read it again, you will know. So I will not, where did I see that script today? I'll go and look for it. Even if I read it after 1 week, I will know. So if there are 5, 9 divided by 5, everybody shares the mark. No, some people do assignments and everybody starts copying them. So that is a classroom culture that you must stop copying. God has given everybody a measure of intelligence. Everyone. How you now add to your intelligence what you now do. For example, I'm an English teacher. I can never teach English like CROS. Do you know why? The only subject in the curriculum that is not content-based is English language. English language is skill-based. So if you teach it like CROS, the students will fail. Only English has 4 skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So it is those skills that any examination body, whether WAEC, whether NECO, whether IELTS, those are the skills that they test. Nobody tests what is a noun. They give you a sentence and ask you, pick out the noun. So the more effective you are in the use of English language, the better you will be in any English language exam. So when I'm teaching my students, I teach them with that in mind. That is a skill-based course. So I teach them what they know that will make them better speakers and better teachers. What am I saying? Whatever you are teaching, teach your students what will make them better students and better able to use that knowledge in the future. So if we are using AI in the classroom, you can introduce it even in grading. In grading. You can use it to do predictive analysis. If I go like this, will these students pass? You will ask AI, where was it used before? What was the result? When you look at the result, it makes your classroom better. Is that not so? So one thing I want us to take away is that AI changes the nature of learning. You don't come to class and you begin to say, anyone. We don't do rote memorization. You know, in those days in public schools, if you were in primary 1, that's how you start learning. Then maybe they will introduce it with the language of the environment. And I also want to point out that one thing that has not made teaching easy in Nigeria is changing policies of education. Policies, once you get another federal minister of education, policy will change. In other countries of the world, they are encouraging subjects that make students independent, like home economics, like agric science. But in Nigeria, we've made them. No, you can select. Yes, you can. But if you really, really, really want to have a stable economy, those are things that you should do. When they introduced, is it data processing? I was so excited. But we have found out that some schools, they write data processing, but they don't even have a computer. The students have never seen it. They've never, ever seen it. So I sat down recently. I was looking at the language policies. Then I realized that there was a policy, Buhari, was it not Buhari before Tinubu? 21st November 2022. There was a language policy they promulgated, which was never effected. Why? Because they wrote there that it will be done when we have the facilities and personnel to put it into practice. Then a new minister comes and says, now no more use of a language of the immediate environment to teach primary 1 to 3. Everybody will now be speaking what? English. That
has been a policy that has been on for how many years? So when we have another minister now, maybe that one too will do his own. So against this backdrop of changing policies, environmental issues, family issues, who is the teacher? The teacher is the one who manages all this. You manage the classroom environment, that students can learn properly. You also manage the students, and you also manage yourself. Because teachers too have issues. You manage the issue that your salary is not enough for you. I went to a secondary school. I went on teaching practice supervision, and I found that all the students, teachers, they are in small, help yourself cooperatives. You know, this group we gathered and do their own. This group we gather. And they said, everybody pay your money. Oh. Somebody is going to bring our crayfish from Bayelsa next week. So people told me they buy as much as a bucket of crayfish that will last them for the whole year. Some collect tribute money. They give them rice, oil. In all this, I respect the teacher. And I celebrate the teacher. So who is the future-ready teacher in Nigeria? A future-ready teacher must have the following: technological fluency. You must understand AI fundamentals. You must understand data interpretation. You must understand educational software evaluation and all that. Before I go into that, I find that a lot of people say, this education system does not support discipline in the classroom. I've gone to schools. They say you just talk. You don't discipline. All through the time my son was in school, I don't put him in a school where they don't discipline. If he misbehaves, flog him very well. It's my son, he will not die, he will get better. And he knows how we used to do it. If he misbehaves, flog him very well. I know that schools don't allow you to flog, so you must develop ways that you can use to discipline students. I'm in the university. If you're talking and I'm teaching, I allow myself to finish. Then I bring you up and I ask you, please, since what you have been saying is so important, teach us. So nobody, did I do you anything? Did I shout? Just teach us. That thing that you people have been doing, just tell us so that all of us will have a knowledge of it. One student told me, he said, "Ma, I don't want your trouble." He said, you always tell us that you don't look for trouble, but if we look for your own. I said, if you look for my own, me and you will just stand like this today. He said, I don't want trouble, so I don't want to talk. So make your class interesting and everything come. How do you make your class interesting? You can go online. Let me give you this little. When my son was in primary 2, he came to me one day. He said he could read. He said, "Mommy, I cannot spell very well." The thing weighed him down. I cannot spell. I want to be able to spell. So I told him, I said, if you want to be able to spell, you see your tab, you have to put it aside. You must read books. It's books that help you spell. I said, because that's where you come across words and you will learn spelling. He said, okay. I said, you have time for tab. You have time to read books. But then I sat down, I was like, I'm an English teacher. How come my child cannot spell? Then I devised a game. I'm an English teacher. The game was that we speak in spellings. I had a younger brother. He used to come to my house. He would say he's laughing at me and my son. But within 6 weeks, his spelling improved. When he wakes up in the morning, he'll tell me, "Mommy, Godmorning. I'll tell him, "Oh, good. Did you sleep well?" He will say, "DID." He will say, "IDID." I say, "Good." So he will spell. If he doesn't spell well, I will correct him. That's how we were going on. When I come back from work, "Mommy, welcome." HOWWASWORTODAY. I will say, "Oh, how was work today?" "All is well." He kept on spelling. Then he would come, Mommy, I'm H-U-N-G-R-Y. I would not say, but you just E-A-T-R-I-C-E. Then he will say, R-I-C-E-T-O-O-S-M-A-L-L. R-I-C-E was too small. So my younger brother would be laughing at me. But my game worked. He's an undergraduate today. My game worked. It was me who devised it. So you can devise your own game to teach your students. So, how do you manage classroom well using AI? You must have pedagogical expertise. If you didn't study education, please go for a PGDE. In education, we teach you how to be a teacher, how to be a counselor. We teach you what you need to know. While if you are reading English, they will give you the subject, the content. We give you what will make that content useful to you. So if you don't have any qualification in education, go for it. It will help you teach better. And for those of us who want to jackpa and be teachers, you know that you need your Teachers Registration Council certificate over there because they will value it. Else you go there, you start sitting for their teaching requirement examinations. I've had a couple of students who went abroad to go and teach. So in Nigeria, teacher effectiveness improves when ICT is integrated strategically rather than used superficially. So, yes, AI. But when your teaching improves if you introduce it, add it to what you have and what you can do as a teacher. Then be aware that using AI, there are ethical issues. There are ethical issues. You must protect data. You must be fair. And to be frank, a lot of universities are going into digital use. In the University of Benin now, we don't process results by hand. We've gone totally digital in preparing results. We have what we call ARMS. Yes, ARMS. If you want to check results, you go to arms.uniben.edu, and then you take you. If you are a student, you go through your own portal and you check your results. So I'm sure very soon it will include parents so that you can check your student's result online. You can check your child's result online. Because that's what a lot of institutions have. I had somebody, a niece, who studied abroad. She's finishing exams. Her parents are getting the result. The university sends them. So if your child is not in school, you will know. So if your child doesn't pay school fees, ask at when. With time, the system will expunge the child. So it's no more a student. Then you need to have social-emotional intelligence. As a teacher, my time is almost up. So whatever you do with AI, it must be with the aim for individual learner needs, improving retention, and mastery. Mastery. Why we teach is that students will know. They will have knowledge and they will master the knowledge. I used to have a professor when I was doing my postgraduate. She would say, Stella, you are a master student, so you must master. So, we'll just go through what are the challenges of using AI in Nigeria. I don't think any of us has gone through that. I talked about power, irregular electricity, then teacher preparedness. That's why we are having this program, so that you will know what to do, how you will prepare yourself to use AI. So you must be prepared. You must be ready to use technology. Then digital divide. There's nobody here from a rural school today. Is there anybody here from a rural school? That's the digital divide. You go and bring somebody from a place like Odigi. As close as Ora is to Benin, there's a digital divide. Am I lying? As close. Some of us don't even know Ora. There's a digital divide. So urban schools have greater access than rural schools. So when we are doing things like this, obviously by the grace of God, we get a sponsor. So we can also go invite rural schools. And we can get their education boards to free their teachers to come and enjoy something like this. Then funding. The government is not putting money into AI. So most of the things you have to learn, you will learn it by yourself. You pay for it. So if we are looking at now rewriting the teacher education program, and if we are rewriting, it must include AI literacy courses, data analytics training, ethical technology, and practical technology, and integration experiences. So for me, like I said today at the beginning, I said I would rather, and that is what is going to happen as a teacher, prepare yourself so that you integrate AI into teaching, and like Vygotsky puts it, you become the more knowledgeable order. You are not just somebody who has all knowledge. You are the more knowledgeable order who is taking the students through a learning experience. And you and AI now form what is called a partnership, human-AI partnership. So AI cannot, as far as I'm concerned, cannot replace the teacher in Nigeria, because teacher influence remains culturally significant. We have culture. And I don't think Nigerians are ready to sit in a classroom, just like that, with board, machine. Yes, there must be somebody who will be there to direct and say, this is what we are doing now, supported by AI. So by our culture, you maintain knowledge of technology that will make you relevant to direct the affairs in the classroom. Is that so hard? Is that so hard? So AI will now serve as a support system rather than a substitute. AI will serve as a support system rather than a substitute. So teachers will remain central in moral formation, character development, cultural transmission, and contextual problem solving. You will definitely remain like that. So teachers are irreplaceable. But then what will make the teacher irreplaceable is how knowledgeable you are. Does that make sense? How knowledgeable, how ready you are with the tools of AI or with your knowledge to improve teaching and learning in the classroom. So we conclude, artificial intelligence offers transformative possibilities for education globally and in Nigeria. However, its effectiveness in the classroom depends largely on teacher competence, ethical safeguards, infrastructure readiness, and policy alignment. The future-ready teacher must integrate AI responsibly while preserving the human dimensions of teaching empathy, mentorship, moral guidance, and contextual sensitivity. AI can expand instructional possibilities, but it is the teacher who gives learning meaning. The future of Nigerian education lies in a balanced partnership between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, by now you know the drill, you know how we do it. But this time I'm taking questions from this side because nobody has asked questions here since morning. Okay, I'll take one person from this side. Is it that all of you here understand it? Or you're tired of us? All right, I have one person from here. I'm taking another person from here. So somebody on this side. Nobody. How about now? All right. We do not have time, a lot of time. It's actually paining me that this is just one day. I wish we had a lot more time. It's all right. Please, she has a question. Do we have any other person? Any other person? Okay, good. Just one question then, and then we'll move into the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ma. My question is, a lecturer and I teach the same course in a tertiary institution, but he contradicts my teachings in front of students. How can I address this professionally and deal with the students' confusion?
You teach in the same school?
Yes. Okay, let me make it clearer. After my first class with the students this semester, he summoned me to his office and he said all what I taught them was wrong. And I was like, I don't understand. How is it wrong? So he was like, where did I get, where was the source of my teachings from? And before now, when we teach together, okay, I'm a new lecturer, what I do, I usually send my slides to him and like, this is what I have for the students for this week. Go through. I was just being humble and because I'm new. So I think, I don't know, I might be wrong. If it's because I didn't send my slides this time to him, because I was confused. And when I went to class in the next, when I went to teach the students in the next class after I summoned me, and I was like, do you people understand what I taught in our previous class? I was not trying to explain for better clarification. They were like looking at me like I don't know what I was doing. So what should I do?
Yes, because that's a serious issue. And the students are at the receiving end. And it's, to me, I cannot judge, but I would say it's lack of maturity. But I think you walk up to him and ask him, what are the materials he's using to teach?
I asked seriously, and I was like, okay, if he has better materials that will aid my teachings, he should give it to me. He was like, it does not have that. It was, I don't really
Don't you people have a course compact, a course outline?
We do.
Did you teach outside the course outline?
No. And everything that I was saying I did not teach was in my material that I gave out. And I was like, okay, what are you saying that is different from? I had to take my notes to him. And he was like, okay, oh, you even have a comprehensive note. So I'm like, am I doing something that is wrong or is the one? And I'm even surprised that he goes to the class and starts asking questions on what I have taught, which he's not supposed to do.
Well, he may be petty. Some people, when they feel, no, there is threatened. That's the right word. He's threatened. So, and I don't want you to take it so that you people will become enemies. Try and sort it out with him. If that makes him feel better. Because when they bring young people to me, I'm happy. I quickly teach them. At least it will reduce my own labor. That's who I am. Oh. So you walk up to him, and if you cannot review it, take the issue to the head of department. Please. No. See, if she does not do that, it will linger. I don't see. One thing that I know is that none of us is a custodian of knowledge. And knowledge is not static. knowledge keeps growing. There was a time that the men said that the earth was flat. But later we found out that the earth was not flat, it was spherical. So if somebody holds on to the earth is flat, rigid, you are teaching the wrong thing because it has passed that. Knowledge has passed that. It's even scripture. The earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of God. Knowledge is not static. For example, there was a period they told us that we should be eating, what is that grain again? That is healthy. No, not chia seeds. We should not eat eba. We should eat wheat. Later they came again. No, there is something inside. Is it not because knowledge is growing? Yes. So if the issue cannot be resolved, please go to the HOD. Number one, I find out that when people come into academics, they are young. They have time to do enough research. So at times I ask them, what have you found? Because at times they might find things that I don't have. So I think he's threatened. Maybe over the years he has held on to that place rigidly. He is the Alpha and the Omega. And maybe you are bringing in new things. If you can help it, oh, sir, see what I found. But if he does not want peace, take the matter to the HOD. You have HOD, you have Dean. So that's how far to go. You're welcome.
Am I permitted to say something?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, I was actually heading there because usually you expect that in such environment you have groups, bodies, committees that usually would help to manage this kind of friction. You know, it shouldn't be threatened in any way. As she has said, you have the chief tutor, that's the head of the department, who incidentally is also the chief examination officer. Just approach the HOD and politely present the situation, insofar as you don't deviate from the course compact. That's all. Do you understand?
A case like this happened, I just remembered as he was speaking somewhere, and incidentally, they had a professor who was head of the course. What happened was that an assistant lecturer set questions, and a senior lecturer now sat down and moderated his questions. And he pointed it out that this is not what I taught. This is what I taught. It is part of the course outline. So they had a professor who was head of the group. So they took the matter to her. And he now asked the other woman, is it not part of the course outline? He said, so return his questions. He taught them. He knows what to set that the students can answer. Because I don't see why they should reteach what you have taught. Because at the end of the day, the students are going to be at the receiving end, having two separate ideas in one thing, which ought not to be. So thank you, everybody. I hope I've been able to influence you to our side of the divide. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please put your hands together for her one more time. And because you have been very good students, put your hands together for yourself. Okay, we have another academic, but we're just about now about to enter the more technical side of the conversation. We have deliberately left the technical side for last, and that's because we wanted to get through the humanities of dealing with AI, and now we're about to enter the technical side of the conversation. We have, for the first time in Teachers Connect, a professor. So as it is for all professors, there's a very lengthy citation to read. But with his forgiveness, I'm just going to say a few things about him. I knew about Professor Beckley in final year, 2010 of the University of Benin. He didn't lecture me personally, but all my friends were singing with his name. Then he was a doctor. Dr. Beckley, Dr. Beckley, Dr. Beckley, and it was sounding like he was the best thing after sliced bread. He was more popular than jollof rice, especially if you were a student in the Faculty of Life Sciences, University of Benin. Two things I'll say about him. See, I had a 2-2 because of his department. It's not on him. But I said that to say this. He is the... I said that to say that because I know how hard it is to say what I'm about to say. He is the first-class graduate ever from the Faculty of Botany. As simple as that thing, as what I just said is, within the Nigeria context, it is a reality that some courses are just hard to pass. So I'm introducing someone to you who is, first, a scholar. 2, a teacher per excellence. He has supervised over 40 PhD students and over 100 undergraduates. He has many firsts. So maybe when we are giving the materials, we'll send his citation as part of the materials. But he's here, and in True Teachers Connect fashion, we don't just bring people because they are reigning. He's here because I consider him one of the most inspiring things to happen to education, especially within our community. He's the first person to introduce technology in learning in many areas of the University of Benin. He's currently the director of the Central Research Laboratory, University of Benin. And to add another feather to the hat, he's the head of department of, let me get department name correctly. Where's my sister? Plant biology and biotechnology. When I went to school, it was botany. You people should not be angry at me. Please put your hands together for Professor Beckley. He's here to take us on using AI tools responsibly for planning, supervision, and maintain academic standards. Thank you, sir.
Let me start with this very funny, it's PG, They say, dogs, you call them bingo. He said the name where they give dog, they supposed to give dog bingo, but they go give dog lion. And the dog thinks saying a lion it be. Now I go face lion. I hope he didn't just name me a lion because I still be bingo. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Can I have my slides, please? Okay. Usually when I teach, I like it to be very. Look at this in our face well. I like it to be very interactive. So in the class, I would ask questions, you ask me questions, so that probably at the end of the lecture, there may be no questions to ask. Are we okay? All right. Do I have any pointer so that I can manage the slides myself? Okay, now, icebreaker. So that I can get everybody towards myself and get your attention, I usually do this icebreaker. I need you to be the first to speak. I need you to be the first to speak. So let's hit the next slide. This is a teacher in class, and that's the question. So read to yourself, and I need 1 or 2 persons to answer that. Now trouble with you, Abby? Yeah, read. If a student can achieve every learning objective on your syllabus using only an AI tutor, why am I paying you to be teacher in my school? Why am I paying you? I will sack all of you. Abby, are we now saying that our jobs are threatened? I've heard a yes and I've heard a no. So let's have the mic. So let's hear. Do you think your jobs are threatened? We are teachers. I be teacher. Forget in our university. We are teachers. Do you think your jobs are threatened? Una go talk. You people will talk. See, I go point you people. You will not just look at me. Or you will talk. Where's the mic? Who is willing to? Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I don't think my job is threatened or will be threatened because through AI, or to the best of my knowledge, through AI, if somebody depends totally on AI, I don't think such individual will get life examples, because I believe that
Hold on. You said the person will not get live examples. There are. I have to quickly cut that. Do you think our jobs are threatened as teachers? Yes. See my PK. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Capacity Prof. I don't think my job is threatened. Like the speaker before you, she said, beyond teaching your syllabus, you're also teaching the children character development, and that is something AI cannot really do. AI cannot really pass empathy, cannot really observe when a child is not really sound or when a child is not following.
Have you ever installed Ash? That's an AI. What do you call these people who counsel? Therapist. Ash, ASH. Head of Ash. Head of Julius. I just a follow now, small. Who else wants to try? Okay, now let's leave this. So let's continue. Let's go to the next. In 1 minute, come up with an idea to woo, not you as the audience, woo me. Just pretend as if I have 1,000 naira, $1,000 cash, and I want to give you. And all I want you to do is just look at this, right? And tell me what you can provide from here. I know say that the ladies now go answer this question first. So let's get, who else wants to speak? I told you, the mic go tired today. I think. Please give Oga the mic. Let's see whether men can make something out of this. Come up with any idea that can woo me, assuming that resources will be provided for you to ever come up with anything from this. What can you make out of this that will make me happy to the extent I'll say, okay, yeah, take $1,000. That's a whole lot of money. Oh, yeah.
Can make
Please
soup.
sit down.
Can make soup from it.
Oh, yeah, now tell me, what you want to make soup? Cucumber.
There is tomatoes.
Tomatoes. Beans.
Mixed with, I don't even know their names.
Okay, you can make soup. Okay, somebody over there. All right, okay, pass the mic to her.
You can make smoothie from this.
Hey, they go, yeah. Smoothie? Which type of smoothie would you want to make?
Using avocado pear, apple, cucumber, then this other one, flax seed and chia seed. You can also make this garlic from herbal sauce.
Correct.
Then you can make fried rice.
Today, God punish devil. I pass the mic. And she said what you wanted to say. Any other thing different from what she's saying? Any other thing different? So it means we can make, yes.
You can also make fruit salad.
Fruit salad, beautiful. So we all agree that what we have here can give you food, Abi, but you are wrong. Go to the next slide. You see, what can we do? Everything that you have all said, just pointed out the first, food and drinks. Meanwhile, phytomedicines. Go back again. Go back to the previous slide. So waiting with you take do medicine for you. Maybe belle they turn person. Now let's smoothie when I see for there. Long throat people. Good, garlic. So go back to the next slide. Beautiful. Afforestation. There were seeds. Right? Horticulture. Seeds. So a lot. Now, what am I trying to say? I know say all of us out there will be teacher. We know book where. But as I did here, pretend say you don't know book. So that you can learn. So go to the next. Now, look at this. Which among these do you think is AI? Or which one is not AI? No fear. Some of us, sometimes we get scared. We don't want to, be like, say, I go for my hand. So they are all AI, So Google is AI. Google is AI. Calculator on AI. You are sure? Man, clap for yourselves. Beautiful. I thought that the only thing you guys call AI is the generative ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on. Next. Beautiful. So leave this. I was actually going to, if you had told me that they were not AI, that was why I would have dealt with this slide. So when I don't pass, so jump this one. So let's go to. Okay, you want to clap for yourselves? Clap for yourselves now. Now, life. Nobody will not like better thing. Right? If I asked you to pick, suppose you were traveling, right? And I say, which among these would you rather be? You would not want to be this first man. Abi? Why is it that it's the ladies that are saying no? It's not true. Go to any bus park. This is the lady. Is it because I didn't use the photo of a woman? you plantain, Gary. You want to spend only 2 days. You will now carry the clothes of 7 days. We always want convenience. Go to the next. I want to see a movie, right? I want to see a movie. I could use the Akboti, that type of TV that if you are a person here now, you have never seen a movie from this, you'll be small picking. Yeah, a small picking. That one that you'll be turning the area so that it should be clear. But today, you actually don't need to have even the smart TV at home. Just with your phone, you can see everything. Isn't it? So it means what I used those 2 slides to depict is that we're actually heading to the era of convenience. The era of convenience. So why should I, as a teacher, go to the library and gather 25 hard copies of this book to go and prepare lecture notes? I go jack, I go sweat. I go jack, I go sweat. When I could just sit down and install maybe one very good generative AI, learn engineering prompt, put what I need to put, and everything will just show. Today we'll do practicals because sometimes even the prompt you put can also mislead you. Right? Okay, so we are heading towards convenience. So we will say that those applications that mimic human reasoning, obviously, are what we put together as artificial intelligence. Just, please, when I do like this, go be like saying I made a change arm. Go still be like a physy. Now, I'm a plant biologist, so I'm going to explain this in using plant terms. Incidentally, yesterday I taught biotechnology. And I said, I introduced the students to the concept of traditional biotechnology and modern. In traditional biotechnology, your emphasis is using the intact organisms, right, to create products in the environment. But in modern biotechnology, you use metabolites or the molecules like DNA, carbohydrates, proteins, or the lipids to achieve specific interventions. So I've created these 2 scenarios. This one is traditional biotechnology. So suppose I have sugarcane, very sweet. but it's always small, always short. And you know, say sugar cane, now you want to make it long so that you would take plenty sugar. Abi? So this first one is sugar cane that is sweet but short. But this other one is sugar cane that is not sweet, but it is very massive. As a farmer, I need both characteristics, right? I need sugar cane that will be very long, good yield, and will be sweet, right? I can achieve that in two ways, traditionally and using precision technology that we call modern biotechnology. Traditionally, all I just need to do is take the sugarcane that is tall and I will breed, I cross it with the one that is sweet. Now, unfortunately, that activity is subject to chance because you cannot be too sure that even after 6 generations, you don't plant, you harvest, you take that one, you plant, you harvest, you take to plant. There is no guarantee that even after 6 generations of crossing, you would eventually come up with a tall and sweet sugar cane. So everything is left to chance, to trials, and to what? Error. That's exactly what we do when we go to the library and bring 25 textbooks. Because as they look, they pepper person. Maybe around that time, Oga don't enter his house. And Oga is very angry. The guy never eats. And he says, you should come and eat. And you know when you open book, you flip, you will not put pencil because you were on page 6. You put pencil. So the time you now wanted to get up, your leg just hit the book, beam. The book fell, pencil come out. God punish Oga that time. Because you don't know where you stop again. True or false? True. Chance, error, trials, wahala. But if I was to use precision technology, simple. All I needed to do would just be, you see that sugar cane that is tall. I will identify the gene in the sugar cane. Just identify it. And I use precision, maybe DNA editing technology. I will isolate the gene. And I will insert in the sugar cane that is sweet. Only one, straight, the outcome, tall and sweet. Precision. And that is exactly what AI brings. However, see, I said, everybody, you're quiet. As I just say, however, you know we have issues with GMOs. A lot of uncertainties. Because you don't know whether that activity you just performed may cause another gene in another locus not to express itself again. Sorry, I'm not teaching genetic engineering, but that's what we call epistasis, where the gene, one gene here, will make that other genes, probably on the same locus where the gene appears, or on another locus, will no longer show. It just be like, say, for example, that everybody they laugh, and then when they fear me, say me na agbero, not me, hypothetically, and then I come and say, what did happen here? Everywhere be quiet, right? Because I am here. So my presence has influenced your capacities, isn't it? That is one of the fears that we have with GMOs. So people will say, I just go stay with the one that will not give me issues. But we will die for hunger. So it is now between the devil and the deep blue sea. Take this one, die for hunger. Because you keep waiting for years to get the sweet and the what? The tall sugar cane. But this one, straight, you have it. But you don't know whether wahala day. This is exactly the same situation that we have now. With that first question where I ask, you sure say we'll still get jobs, so? You know walk. Okay, walk. You know walk. Why is it not working? Good. So it's working. Now, these are the 3 concepts I've chosen. First, that the concept for this lecture, and I'm sure for Teachers Connect, is that we are hoping to position Edo. You know, when the previous administration was on ground, we had the Edo Best, right? And I'm sure you guys were proud of that initiative. Yeah. What I'm sure the organizers of the program want to achieve is they want to move from Bellz to AI integration, because whether you like it or not, the world is now AI. It is now AI. So our teachers have to have the capacities to integrate AI in their, in what they do. Now, the goal today is not that we want to replace you, right? But we want to ensure that your capacities are faster because of AI integration. Now, what is the paradigm shift? What adjustments are we making? The adjustment first is that we have an administrative body, right? But what we want to do is we want to improve efficiency. So this is it. If I have an idea, two ways I can process that idea, either using a machine, right? The computer, or I use my brain. And three things come out: the action, or a product, or a process. Whether you like it or not, they are all outcomes, right? The outcome can be a product, the outcome can be a process. But how did I process that to get the outcome? Probably use a machine, or I'll use the human brain. Unfortunately, you see this one, the human brain, is affected by a whole lot of things. Stress. They never pay salary. With a strike, you say, I go mark. Thunder, fire your father. You say, I go mark. That is not with the AI. Is it? Just write a program. I don't know whether I ever chop. Just write a program, get the student script, subject to the AI. Insofar as the algorithms are perfect and correct, you get your outcomes. But this one, just as we are doing now, wait, we're not tired of you? They never give us food. Bros, Alpha. You understand? Now, suppose they say, you see this lecture now. After this, my lecture, there will be 5 questions. So listen very well. The questions will not come from the slide. Because of those of you who carry phone and they snap as if they do selfie. The questions will come from what he's going to say. Any person who gets the 5 questions correct, wallahi, you get 200,000 cash. I swear. You see that sleep, God punish him. You go put your eye like this. Motivation, right? That is the problem you have when processing of ideas are human. Now, please understand this. It still does not mean that the human factor is not superb. It is. Do you know why it is superb? Because the first language in computer engineering is garbage in. So who puts the garbage? Simple. So it means that even the AI probably will not exist outside the human. Because the AI works with algorithm, picks randomly information dumped by humans to make decisions for humans. So it means we are never out of the factor, right? Now, there are 3, this lecture, let me see if I'm faster now. I'm going to build this lecture on 3 anchors. How many of you know Arometa? Ishawuru, Agbabamuti Yanga. Who don't watch him? Ishawuru. All of them don't watch. You know what they call Arometa? It's not the witch. You know when you want to fry akara, you see those 3 stones? You put pot of hot oil, and then you fry akara. If one of those stones come out, you go know how far. Abi? Good. That's the same with these pillars. I tag the pillars Arometa. One. You cannot do without the other. The pillar 1, right? I want to show you that AI is not actually a curse. It's a blessing that will enhance your capacities as teachers. The first is it will enhance your pedagogy, smart pedagogy. The second is that it will help leadership through data processing. Because the best way you lead is that you need to be able to harness information, right? From your immediate environment and even the ones away from where you are, so that you can make decisions about here and procrastinate about, and propose about there. And then finally, it will also help you to access academic standards. So let's take the first one. Now, the first is rapid lesson design. I'm sure the previous speakers have spoken about how you develop lesson notes. So bring out your phone. Bring your phone. Now practical with this. So let's develop a lesson note. Are we all science teachers? We are English teachers. Which one? Science. So let's pick a subject. Biology. Can we pick biology? Okay, who don't do biology for you? CRS. I don't understand. I don't go to school. What do you do for work? The common subject is maths and English, Abi. Then what about history? Nigerian history. Okay, so let's develop a lecture. Now we are going to use the generative AI. Now please, for practicals, let me quickly let you know this. The generative AI, right, presents different scenarios. There are some that are specifically conversational. You have to be able to identify which particular generative AI to rely on, and also how to rely on the information those AI present. I'll give an example. Let's say my papa is a pastor, and I don't swear, say I can never lie in my life. I won't go right to Ike. You know that common question, you people, don't, all of you teachers, God will just save you. Because you are the ones making people commit sin that they don't want to sin. You will now say, go write an essay on how you spent your last holiday in the US. I don't understand. Even when you knew it's a lie. You now want me, pastor's child, to answer that question. And you will now make that question compulsory. See, God, they see all of you now. Now, I must answer that question, true or false. Meanwhile, all my life, even my papa never come out for airport road. Now, bus driver where they run Ring Road and Ogba. Ring Road, Ogba, for the past 35 years. Me, here, you are asking me to write an essay of how I spent my last holiday in the US. And I know if I didn't write it, I probably would fail. So, we gallant now. Easy. So, we start. How I wrote my last holiday. I'll begin to talk many things. I got a ticket. And we entered Lufthansa Air. No, we entered Dangote Air. And even though Dangote Air no day, right? We entered Dangote Air. We boarded from Benin to Kenya Airport. Benin Airport to Kenya. And then from everything I just wrote, lies. But the English teacher is not interested in the veracity, in the truth of the content. He's only interested in how you piece them together. True or false? That is what conversational AIs do for you. So you be careful. You fit ask AI, please develop for me a lecture note on develop a lecture note for, is it right? They say, I borrow 3 legs. Okay. Develop a lecture note in A, B, C. Okay, I say develop a lecture note on how Benin City was polluted by Orion Oils Limited in the 25th century. Look, the AI will develop that lecture note, even though there was nothing like that, because it is conversational. There are a lot of that. There are some AI that are attached to your WhatsApp, Meta. Meta is also attached to your... I usually would advise that if you want to use AI, ensure that you use AI that have their own databases. A good example is Gemini. Gemini is owned by Google, right? And Google owns a database that scientists rely on. I may be wrong. Google Scholar. That's a science database. So if it needed information, it probably would use information from Google Scholar. Even at that, check the under, it will say that it is just AI, that the information it has provided needed to be what? Verified. So it means even the AI see they use human brain. But then, very importantly, is that you'll be able to rapidly develop your lesson notes. Let me come here. Now, something is very important. You also need to understand the concept of prompt engineering. Prompt engineering refers to prompt engineering, right? Refers to your capacity, right, to understand exactly how to ask question. Now, if I use the word, please move fast. You see the word move fast. The human would understand what I said what I meant when I said move fast. Because move fast means a whole lot of things. If it be say the move fast is, I look you and say, Madam, move fast. Probably I meant get up and go, isn't it? Or probably I meant start eating, because the conversation before when I said move fast was about eating. So I say move fast. And then the statement I also make can be further buttressed by the gesticulations, your facial expression. That's why I know the AI. When you tell the AI move fast, he doesn't know what you mean by move fast, so it will randomly on its own move fast. And if you know the book, you said no one use brain, you will accept it. Now, in prompt engineering, you have to be very what? Specific. So if I wanted to develop a lecture note, say, on a concept in biology, say I want reproduction, I need to be very straight. Give me lecture notes on human reproduction. Which aspect of human reproduction? State it. Now, you can also ask it to be brief. You can also ask that it provides photographs. It will provide photographs. But at the end of the day, you will take the information that it has provided and you will try and verify. You must verify. Sometimes you also challenge the AI to verify the information it has provided. Kindly verify. I don't do it many times. And then at the end of the day, it tells you, I am sorry. I also make mistakes. I also make mistakes. Now, in leadership, because I know we have heads of school, you usually will require AI to analyze attendance and all that. For example, you take attendance in class on Excel spreadsheets. I do that a number of times, and I use Gemini. I just copy the information from Excel, and I paste on Gemini, and I ask Gemini, how do I process, maybe from the score, what do you think about the class performance? And then I interact as if I was talking with Gemini. So that is the best way in prompt engineering. When you use the AI, pretend as if you are talking with the... I have to be very fast because of my time. The slides, you have the slides. But please understand, if you don't put restriction in anything in life, you are going to have issues. God arranged a Garden of Eden. Make everything sweet, but he put law. What will be the law? Don't chop apple. And somebody can't go make us chop apple. Us. Yes, sir. They deceive yourself. Anyway, you understand the Garden of Eden scenario, right? The troubles we had in the creation of man was because rules were not kept. So it's very important. And that's why the aspect of quality assurance and the academic standards eventually must come in when you use AI. The first is with curriculum alignment. If you ask the AI, for example, to develop your lecture notes, please also take your course compact and add, and ask the AI to verify if the course compact was actually, don't ask first whether it was met. Ask to what extent is the course compact met? Which areas are missing? Let the AI review itself. Don't review it. let it review itself by the information you give to it. So from that way, you can now pick its own loopholes and ask it to correct itself. Now, because you interact, you'll be able to tell when things go wrong. Now, finally, we use Turnitin, which is an anti-plagiarism software, to tell when people copy others. You know, we are used to it. You know, we sabi copy. Maybe you want to write an article, you want to publish an article. The trouble is that you most likely may plagiarize somebody. The anti-plagiarism or AI detection software are actually there. And that is the reason why one of the ethical issues, which I will address now, is that you ensure. That one, they take picture. He doesn't forget himself. Okay, you are the ones changing. Now, is to ensure that certain ethical grounds are met. The first is you, the teacher, must be the captain. You must be the one directing the AI, and not the AI thinking for you. Do you understand? That's the reason why I said if you put information in the AI requesting what you need, you must be the one to tell exactly how you need it and what you need. No, go. This is not my own. No. Do you understand? Okay. Now the order is data. No, wait first. Go back. Data piracy. This is very important. Now, this is the mistake a lot of you do. The AI that you use, I hope you know it's owned by somebody. Every information you feed has a back end or has a server. Be careful what you ask the AI for. Somebody, for example, will now say, AI, my name is John Johnson. I am a civil engineering. I'm a civil engineer in John and Johnson Company. I earn 55,000 naira as salary. I live in Oko, Ogba, etc. Me and my wife, we had a very serious issue. Please advise me what to do. You don't carry your personal information. You don't put for AI. Somebody at the back end has that information. In fact, one of the ethical issues is that you don't ask the AI to analyze official documents because you would have sold those documents outside. I hope you know it's unethical because a lot of us will just pick. Probably you are giving a memo. Your boss gives you a memo. You don't know how to respond to the memo. One of those memos now query. You don't knock you one query. You don't know how you want to answer the query. You scan the query and you upload it on the AI. That's an official document. And then you tell the AI, tell me what to do. Help me answer this query. Please, it's unethical. What is also unethical is having student information on the AI just because you want to make decisions that are data-driven. It's very unethical. The last lecturer mentioned the digital divide, so I will not talk about that. So let's just run. Now, I use this incident model, how you are able to manage situations relating to AI use or misuse. There are two different scenarios. The first scenario is the pre-incident scenario, the incident scenario, and the post-incident scenario. Pre-incident, before it happened. So that's to say whatever you do to prevent it from happening. There are a lot of things you can do. First is knowledge. You know that if I take this step, it's going to lead to this, right? So everything you need to do to prevent you from either breaking ethics or doing the wrong thing because you are using AI. That's what the pre-incident case. Then incident. I put the word there, plantation. When you are implanting the information, sometimes you remember. And that usually occurs when you interact. It's important that you interact with the AI. During such interactions, you probably will just remember or recall that you had said something you shouldn't have said. You would immediately retract it. In some other cases, you immediately delete the conversation and start afresh. But there is no guarantee that the information you deleted was not already in the server. That is why the best is what? Pre-incident. What about post-incident? It don't happen. What do you want to do? Even myself, I don't know. It don't happen. It don't happen. What are you going to do? It's already there. Do you now change the narrative? I don't know. That is what you will tell me. Myself, I don't know. That's what you will tell me at the end of the class. So we are wrapping up. That's it. We are concluding. Now, this is the last slide. So let's do it together. I was actually hoping that we'll do something. So bring your phone. Let's do something. Just to show you how the AI can lie. And you are very careful. So type on your phone. Bring your phone. Bring it out. Let's use Gemini. Which AI do you use? ChatGPT? So let's go to ChatGPT. Okay, so you can type. Put my name, Beckley Ikajangbe. Beckley. And put your name. Beckley. And you put your name. Have worked in the field of environmental remediation. Beckley Ikajangbe, and you put your name. Have worked in the field of environmental remediation. My name, Beckley. Okay, my surname, Ikhajaja. See, I'm here now. I've worked, in the field of environmental remediation. In the field of environmental remediation. Remediation. Especially in Port Harcourt. Especially in Port Harcourt City. Please do for me a short essay. Especially in Port Harcourt City. Please do for me a short essay on the title, Management of Oil Pollution in Port Harcourt. Do for me a short essay on the title, Management of Oil Pollution in Port Harcourt, using our collaborative works in the citation. Using our collaborative works in the citations and references. So execute. Short essay on the, I don't remember what I talk again. The management of what? Oil pollution in Port Harcourt City. Using our collaborative works. That is my work and your work. Using our collaborative works as citations / references. Execute. Let's see what you have. Once you execute, let me know what you have. I will tell you whether you are correct or not. Okay, so hold on. But it also gave you the essay. Good. Beautiful. Oh yeah? Who else has done it? Have you? It gave you essay. How many references did it give you? Is he typing? Who else is that? How many references did he give you? He's still typing. Okay, let it finish executing. 2 references? Good. Yeah. Who else? Okay, fine. So, what's your site? What citations did he give you? What citations did he give you? No, read the reference, one of the references. Who and who did that work? No, no, wait first now. Who and who do the work? Good, I know you. You know, sir. Meanwhile, I don't know you before. Oh yeah, what's the next one? Check. Yeah. Meanwhile, I never do any work for Port Harcourt before. Let me just let you know. All my research has been in Warri. I've never done any research in Port Harcourt. But I asked the AI. You asked the AI. You didn't guide it, right? Now go back and query it. Say this. You can query it. Query it your own way. Tell and say we never work together now. I've also not done any study before in Port Harcourt. Say exactly the real thing. This is because you have now put the human factor, right? You have analyzed the situation and you realize that it is not correct. You see, we started with the first icebreaker. We said whether the AI was a threat to your jobs, right? That's why we're ending with this. To tell you, if you get sense, it is not a threat to your job. So waiting, get sense. So use sense now. What's the AI telling you now? What did he say? No, let's give her the mic so that everybody can hear. Please. All of you now, you're not the type put inside. Okay. Yeah.
He said, thanks for pointing that out. Then we shouldn't present it as work you both already carried out. Claiming collaboration that didn't happen would be inaccurate and could be misleading, especially in an academic or professional
write-up. It is not putting the blame on you. Let's hear what another person said. Yes, let's hear from Madam. Let's hear from her. Then
you are right. You are right to question it, and I thank you for catching that. I did not pull that from any real published record. What happened is this: you asked me to write an essay using our, in quotation, using our collaborative works as citation and reference. Since there are no known public academic publications by people named Beckley and Lara on oil population in Port Harcourt, I treated your request as hypothetical, assumed collaboration, like a class assignment scenario, where you cite your own field work and internal project.
Good. Now, the issue is, when he gave you that answer, go back to the answer. Did he tell you this one now? You use your sense. Abi? So use your sense. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. That was an amazing section. We can all agree, right? Right? Please, a round of applause for Professor Beckley. Okay, so we're going to take a few questions. If you have a question, please just signify by your hands, and the mic would be passed across to you. So we can, okay, we have a question here. So we can run through that and bring up our next.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for this session. Though my question is not directly related to what you just said, I want to ask, what AI tools can one use to write a research work with minimal anti-plagiarism? What AI tools?
None. The answer is totally none. None. There are a lot of AI tools you use, but just no. There are a lot. You can use Julius, you can use Gemini, ChatGPT, Copilot. There are several AI tools that you can use to, DeepSeek, a whole lot that you can use to generate the information. But you just realize that from this, we use Gemini. Is it not Gemini? ChatGPT, right? Which is even one of the world's foremost and highly used AI generative AI tools. The thing is, you always want to question the information before you. The human factor is always there to ensure that the AI You know, because what the AI puts before you are random information. It randomly sorts, and it is from your own knowledge or residual knowledge of what you find that you quiz, what you have. Now, what it gives you, remember, it's almost like copy and paste. What it gives you already has the AI context component. You can also ask the AI to help you paraphrase, right? And then when it helps you paraphrase, it removes the aspects of plagiarism. Yes, that is true. However, we now have, majority of the anti-plagiarism software now has the AI detection components. For example, Turnitin. Those days, Turnitin didn't have it. But today, Turnitin now has the AI detection component. So you probably may be 4% in plagiarism, which is good, and you are 99% in AI. Your article will still be rejected. It means not be your head, you take one. A machine do one for you. Do you understand? However, ethically, what some authors would require, what some publishers would require would be that you could state that your works was entirely AI generated. It will still be published because you already had made the declaration. So you are not giving the entire credence to yourself. Some authors do that. They allow that. Publishers allow that. I hope you understand.
Okay, please, a round of applause for Prof. I hope he answered your question. Okay, do we have any more questions? Okay, is that, okay, please, one more.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, on a quick one, as educators, we want to be very sure of which AI tool is best for teachers in classrooms. Thank you.
Now, I said that, first and foremost, you need to know diversities of AI tools. Some persons in their entire life have probably only relied on Meta AI, probably because they are always, moving between Facebook, Twitter. No, Twitter is Grok, right? Twitter is Grok. WhatsApp. And so all their life they rely on. And I can tell you that what Gemini will do, Meta probably will not be able to do that. I also mentioned the fact that there are algorithms that will pick information either from databases that are free to be accessed. But if the generative AI is built by a company that has its own database, probably a large science database like Google, then you are very sure that very likely you have quite expanse of information that you'll be able to pull up. Yet, it is still not guaranteed that you will not get wrong information. Be rest assured. That is the reason why the first thing you need to do is understand. I always challenge my students. If I tell my students, do reports using AI, I tell them, do reports using AI. But when you bring it to me, I subject it to Turnitin. If it is more than 40% AI, you cannot go back, go do again. Do you understand? What you need to do, like I tell them, is try to master 5. At least 5, so that you'll be able to know which one presented information to you better. Because what I like, what works well for me may not be what works well for you. Because I have a discipline that is most likely different from what you have. I'm a biotechnologist. I also do art. I do a lot of art. So majority of the AI devices I use, I use those ones that are for biotechnological interventions, and I interplay them with that for art. So the way I use them will be probably different. So if you ask me that question, which one good pass? I will say that my own good pass. Do you understand? So the challenge is know at least 5. Use them and let them, have that resonance, and then you know which one you think is easier for you. Bottom line, they don't always give you the right information. That's where the human factor comes in.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Professor. Is there any other question? Has he answered your question? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, sir. Please, a round of applause as he goes back to his seat. Okay, so we still have one more speaker for this conference today, and this is the last speaker for today. With no further ado, please let's make welcome Mr. Obina Aka Olise. He's the Managing Director and Lead Consultant, Devonade. I got that right, yeah? Devonade Limited. Like Mr. Ehe said before, he's a witch that doesn't fly at night. He flies with computers and systems. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Obina Aka Olise.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. I would like us to give ourselves a round of applause. The teachers in the house. Yeah, I must say, I myself am a proud product of good teachers. I am here today, and I can say a good percentage of who I am today is because I had access to good teachers. So that's why I had to take that time to appreciate all of us. Okay, so we'll briefly be talking about responsible use of AI. Responsible use of modern tools, including AI. Nowadays, we have access to a lot of technology solutions. You have access to artificial intelligence. So it wouldn't make sense to, get lost in the awe, in the fascination of the fact that you have access to all of this. The question is it being used responsibly? Are you using it the right way? The truth is, some of the speakers that have already had their time today, they've touched on a lot of things. And for want of time, we'll just go straight to the point. So let's go to the next slide. The core challenge with modern tools and AI is actually not access. The reason is because people now have access to a lot of these solutions, including our students. I know typically teachers are seen as the people that know it all, right? But you'll be surprised that even the students, if you're not careful, they probably know more than you. Why? Because they have access to all these tools that you might not even have access to. So access is actually not the problem. The problem is understanding. Because in this era, we are beginning to churn out students, people who are mentally lazy, intellectually lazy, right? So, but that's one thing that as teachers we need to guard against. Access is not the problem. The problem is understanding. Now, the reality is that information is now a commodity, right? Students can generate even 1,000-word essays in seconds. You can give that assignment, go home, write an essay about your holidays in England or US. Of course, something that never happened. But a student who already knows that I have access to something like ChatGPT or Gemini can just go in, give that exact prompt to that AI, and you have your essay in seconds, right? But having that answer is not the same as having the knowledge. And this is because before now, as a student, the teacher will guide you through how an essay is constructed from the beginning to the end. So everything has a reason. Just the same way you're looking at this room now. This light you're looking at, it has a reason why it is where it is. The screen has a reason why it is where it is. The sizing has a reason why it is the way it is. That's the same way something like this essay. For every section, there's a reason why it should be the way it should be.
And that is the work of a teacher, right? And if you don't imbibe that into the student will just go home, draft this essay, come and submit, and then you're good. Especially if the teacher who don't subject it to proper scrutiny. So while it is good to use these tools, it is very important that we use it responsibly. The idea is to produce people who can defend whatever their work is. People that can talk about what they've been able to do and talk about the process with which they generated the work. So the threat to having this kind of access, constant connectivity access, is that it can lead to intellectual passivity. You see that people no longer think. That is one of the problems we have today. If the struggle to learn is removed from learning itself, or if the struggle to learn is removed, learning itself disappears. Why? Because to learn and learn well, there must be that form of struggle, especially for a domain that someone is not even familiar with. There must be trials and errors. Those mistakes you make, they make you know the wrong way something can be done and the right way something can be done. There's this saying that when you do something and you fail, you do it again, you fail. You have learned plenty ways you can never do that thing again. Are we there? Now, the goal for this session is that we need to move from teaching students, from being data retrievers, to forming them as critical thinkers. We need to be able to, produce students who think critically, who question narratives, who ask questions, why is 1 + 1 2? And not just people who just ask, okay, what is 1 + 1? The answer is 2, and then they take it and run with it. Let's go to the next slide. For a long while now, we'll be talking about AI as if it's magic. So I want you to just see it as that oversabi assistant, right? Yeah, it is an assistant because it is there to help you. It is there to help you, but it has vast knowledge that has been trained into it. We've spoken about generative AI, things like ChatGPT, things like Gemini. They're able to do what they can do right now because they've been exposed to vast amount of data that they get to train those models over time. So it is that oversabi assistant. But because of what it can do, we cannot now throw caution to the wind. AI itself is a probability engine. It has been trained to recognize patterns. It predicts the most likely next word based on the patterns it has been fed. It doesn't know what is true or false. And just like we saw with the last speaker, we gave it a narrative and we told it that we want a particular result. And because of how generative AI is, if you give it a narrative that is false, it's going to run with it and give you something very beautiful. So it doesn't know the difference between true and false. So it is our work as teachers to guide it to the truth. Are we following? So the risk with that, with generative AI solution is that it can make up facts confidently. It lacks morality, context, and empathy. Why? Because it is not a human being. So that's the risk you are exposed to. That's the risk our students are exposed to. So we need to treat AI as a drafting tool, a tool to prepare articles, to prepare policies, and not become the final authority. Let's go to the next slide. So there's something we call intellectual debt, but before I go into it, as a software engineer, we have a term we call technical debt. And technical debt simply means being able to, come up with solutions very fast, so much more that you even skip the important things. And you and I know what happens when you skip the important and necessary things. You give birth to disaster. So that's for software engineering. And it got worse in this era of vibe coding. Nowadays, you have access to coding tools. As a software engineer, back in the days, you have to code, like you write every line of code yourself from scratch, one by one. You build component one, component two, then you assemble, you do all of this yourself. But nowadays, you have tools that all you need to do is to just feed it in what you want to build. I want to build so kind of software, and boom, it runs with it, scaffolds it, and then presents it to you. So you find out that even people who don't have the background of software engineering or even computer science, they can write actual apps. That's the same thing we now have in learning, intellectual depth, where, people are able to generate answers or results without critical thinking. So using AI to skip that mental gym, right? When the student skips the process of writing or problem solving, they graduate with empty intellectual account. So we must be able to guide our students, even as teachers, to actually do the work. We need to be able to encourage them. Yes, you can use these AI tools for advanced learning to, add to what the teacher has taught in the class. But the major work that you have to do as a learner, we still have to encourage them that those things will have to be done. Otherwise, you would produce students who have good grades, yes, they have good documents, good essays, but they cannot defend it at the end of the day. So we need to be able to protect that cognitive struggle. The hard way is the only way the brain actually grows. Because when you make the brain get used to things that are very easy, a very easy process, it becomes lazy. So being able to help your brain grow accustomed to doing things the hard way, it retains that ability to get to defend whatever results you are getting at the end of the day. So even though we have these AI solutions, it is important to note that there are a lot of things that you cannot automate. There are a lot of things you cannot outsource to AI. And that is where the humanity in teaching comes in. So as AI takes over routine tasks, teachers must shift focus to the top of the learning hierarchy, which is where the actual learning happens. AI solutions cannot replace judgment and ethics, the ability to decipher what is right from what is wrong. These solutions cannot replace character and resilience. And that speaks to building the grit to fail, iterate, and try again. So as a teacher, you need to embrace these technologies, but also know that, yes, there are different aspects of teaching and learning that AI solutions cannot replace. AI solutions can also not replace curiosity. Igniting the human spark that asks the questions AI cannot. The ability to question narratives. As you were able to see in the last lecture, yes, we fed AI with a bunch of nonsense that never happened. We assumed that two people that have never met themselves, they got to collaborate and churn out a research material. At the end of the day, we fed it to the AI. We gave it a narrative. It gave us a very fine essay, even with references. So that curiosity is something we still need to bring in as teachers. It's something we need to encourage, even in our students. The ability to critique output or results. The ability to ask, why does this thing exist? Why is it the way it is? If I don't get it this way, how else can I get it? If a machine, if AI can actually do the homework you're giving out to your students, then there might not really be need for that homework. So we need to be able to provide assessment materials that encourages people to put time into the process, not just the product. Are we following? It will be good to also note that these solutions are basically your assistants, like we've said before. So AI is like your co-pilot. You are the main pilot. You are the one driving it. You are the one stating the rules. So as a responsible user of these AI solutions, you must know that you are the one to drive these solutions, not the other way around. And to be able to do this, we'll look at the framework that we can use to integrate these tools into our daily work. And we're going to look at 3 of them. One is the administrative work, which speaks to improving efficiency. So you can use these AI solutions to improve or produce lesson outlines. It's a pity that we're not able to even go into writing lesson plans with these AI solutions. But yes, that is one of the ways you can integrate AI solutions into what you're building, into the lesson plans you're building as a teacher. A lot of things you don't have to now do them manually. Currently, even in software engineering, we have code editors that we call IDEs, Integrated Development Environment, that are now agentic. So we have moved beyond the era where you ask it a question, it responds to you. Now you can give it instructions. And you can even do it in such a way that you have like 3 or 4 of them, you assign different tasks to them, and they get to produce that result and then submit back to you. This same thing can still be applied to teaching. So if you have access to these AI tools, you can outsource creation of lesson plan to one. You can outsource outlining or drafting questions, assignments to the next one. The other one, you can use it to analyze maybe the result of the tests at the end of the day. So the next work session we can also integrate AI in is the pedagogical work. And this basically speaks to, as a teacher, being able to relate what you're teaching, your instruction, your lecture, to real-world examples, so that even the students themselves, they can be able to relate to it. They can be able to explain it, even in your absence, because without that, you can't even say that learning has completed. So we can use AI to create analogies. We can use AI to simplify complex topics or generate practice questions for students. The third one we're going to look into is the critical work, where analysis comes in. Even as you are able to, give out assignments and students go and, do the assignments and come and submit, you can also be able to use AI solutions to critique those answers. We've already spoken about, what's it called? Plagiarizing softwares. These are solutions that can help you detect when something, an output you're giving, a research article or like an essay, has been written by somebody else. So those are one of the applications of the AI tools. You can even have your sessions in such a way that, yes, even while you give out these instructions, assignments, essays, and students produce the answers, you can be able to also, teach them how to find out faults in the essays they've even produced, and then guide them into doing the critical thinking, structuring it before offloading the work to AI tools. And before we are able to go into the practical parts, I'm going to leave you with this quote by Frederick Haberson, which says that a country which fails to develop the skills and knowledge of its people will be unable to develop anything else. So as teachers, if we end up building students who do not do the actual work, who don't develop the actual skills of learning, at the end of the day, you have a society that cannot do anything, that cannot defend their work. So the question now is technology serving you? Is it serving your students? Or is it the other way around? So as teachers, we need to focus on forming active agents of national development. And like I was trying to say earlier, if you are able to do this, you would produce people that will be proud of the learning journey, and they will get to appreciate you at the end of the day. Are we following? Okay. So I would like us to try out something now. So I don't know who is presenting. Can you open up maybe Chrome browser? Let's get to look at one of the ways these tools can be used or should be used, and one of the ways it cannot be used. Okay, so let's go to gemini.google.com. Part of what we want to do now also speaks to prompt engineering, and Prof touched a little bit on it. To be able to use these tools effectively, because they are conversational at the end of the day, you need to be able to know how to ask it to give you what you need. Because if you're not able to master that skill, because it has that ability, and you yourself, you are not able to maximize that ability, the output you will get might not even meet the standard you are looking for. So let's get to explore Gemini. Let's give it a prompt and say, create a lesson plan for elementary school pupils. To teach multiplication, subtraction, division, and addition. Okay. Hit enter. So if you look at the screen now, you can see that it has been able to draft out a lesson plan for this specific topic. Are we following? Are we following? If you are not that future-ready teacher or that responsible teacher, you might just quickly run with this. And yes, because you have experience in teaching this topic, you might be able to even deliver it well. But then, let's scroll up a bit. The warm-up mental math popcorn. Okay. Scroll up. Scroll up. Scroll up. So you can see it's even able to break it down at the end of the day, right? But because I'm a teacher who understands that I am speaking to, or rather, I have people in my class that have different levels of understanding, I probably will approach this differently. So let's look at a different way we can actually do this. And I was saying earlier that as a teacher, if you're not even conversant with how to use tools like this, you may not even get the kind of result you're looking for. So it's even important to know how to use it. So we're going to ask it the same thing, but we're going to take a different approach this time around. So if you look at that section where you have a plus button and tools, click on tools. Select canvas. Now, I want to prepare this lesson in such a way that even the youngest among my pupils or my students will be able to relate to the lesson. Are you following? So now let's give it the prompt. I teach elementary pupils comma, I want to build a lesson that all the pupils can relate with, interact with, and understand the core concepts around okay, now let's pass back that topic to it. You don't even have to, don't worry yourself about autocorrection. It has been trained to even understand all of this and then give you the correct output. So we have even gone beyond the garbage in, garbage out era. You can feed it garbage, but it has now gotten intelligent enough to even make some corrections for you. So while you're typing, you might not don't really bother about the spelling, as long as the context is correct, yes. So, and understand the core concept around multiplication. I don't even know why I always start with it. Division, addition, and subtraction. So what we want to do now, we're going beyond, just prompting the AI tool and then getting a response. We're trying to engineer it. You can only engineer as much as what you know. Right? So let's have full stop. Now, I'm going this way because I'm a bit technical. But the truth is, even as a teacher in this era and in the future, you need to be able to embrace some technical skills. That is just the truth. I know years back, teachers did not even have access to computers. But now, as a teacher, if you don't have a laptop, you don't have access to computers, you are, forgive me for saying it, you're actually backward. So in the future, if you don't have access to all of these tools, you might not even be able to keep up with your students, who at the end of the day will be able to outsmart you. Okay, so the next thing we can do now is, so just follow me. Let us build an interactive web app. Web app. Okay. That can help the pupils understand the core concepts of the topic. Okay, there's one more thing to do, but let's send this one in. So now, I know most of you might not have known that you can do this in Gemini, but now you know it today. So it's already building out that interface that can help interactivity. Because the truth is, if your pupil or your student can easily relate with that topic, it will be easier for the person to learn the concept of the topic. Okay. So it has been able to build an app that can help, decipher the core concept around addition, subtraction, multiplication, and then division. But now, this feels a bit too much. I can even say that this is something someone in maybe secondary school or high institution would understand better. What of primary school students? So let's go back to the prompt. Okay, where did we get that text inside? All right, just clear it. No. Just go back to the prompt. Just clear that text there. Or is it the default text? Oh, okay. So let's type. I want a simple interactive tool that can show that can show or maybe we'll switch it up. Okay, let's do it this way. I want to build a simple, no, don't clear. I want a simple interactive tool that can help the pupil understand the topic. Full stop. For when the student fails the answer. Okay, let's send this in. One thing with tools like this is that when you give it the same prompt at different times, you may not actually even get the same result. Okay. Okay. Can you scroll to the bottom? Let's see. Okay, this is the end. Okay, go to the top. Okay, thank you. All right, let's even try and yes, let's try this mode. So the question says you order 3 boxes. Each box has 7 gems inside. How many gems total. So basically, this is asking you to do multiplication, right? I have 3 boxes, and each box has 7 gems inside. So how many gems should I have if I have access to 3 boxes? So it's basically asking us 7 times 3, which should be 21, right? Okay, let's send in 20 and see. Say not quite. Check the hints below. So it now says multiplication is groups of. Think of it like adding the same number multiple times. So now it is able to guide the pupil or the student into actually doing the right thing. Trust me, I've done this more than 3 times, and the interface I got came out differently every single time. So this is something you can play around depending on the topic you're teaching. You can be able to build something like this that even help you, the teacher, be able to deliver the topic in the class. And with the way it is, you can even share it. You can click on the share button and share the link to this exact interface. At your students, your people, your ward will be able to interact with it and be able to digest the answer, or rather the concept of the topic. Let's see next customer. So now it says, you have 10 apples to split into 10 equal baskets. How many per basket? I don't think the question is complete. So you have 10 apples to split into 10 equal baskets. How many per basket? Okay. So this is basically division, right? So let's give a wrong answer first. Not quite. So now the hint is division is sharing equally. How many times does the small number fit into the big one? So it's helping the student or the pupil visualize what the answer should be, right? So you can go ahead and put in the right answer. Correct. You're a master shopkeeper. So you can see that this tool is interactive. It is engaging. And for pupils like this who, without the topic being engaging or interacting, they might even lose context of what you're trying to teach. With something like this, they can have fun throughout the day, playing around with it and getting to learn better about the topic. Are we following? Have you learned something today? For want of time, this is something we can actually have in the boot camp. So in that kind of boot camp, we'll be able to expose you to tools beyond this and how those tools can be integrated into the art of learning and teaching. So at this point, we'll just bring it to an end. And if possible, that boot camp is going to happen. That is somewhere we can get to explore this in details. And I'll look
And we have a couple of people like that will want to pull in for this. Okay? So we do 2 cohorts, 2 straight weeks, and we commit to paying a token. I don't know how much that will be right now. And if I give you a price right now, I'll be a thief. Right? And I'll be a thief because we have to find venue. We have to find out what the cost for that will be. We also have to find the equipment that you need to. So we're going to keep the lessons simple enough for you to do them on your phones. I want to believe that everybody has a smartphone. If you have a computer, you find it more interesting, right? But at the level of having them on your phones, we want to have them on your phones, right? And then we also want to do, I don't know, depending on the location, maybe a light refreshment, I don't know, depending on the location. But all this will impact on, you get what I'm saying now? Now, the only cost I would want to put on you, ideally, is cost of venue, cost of having a place like this. Obviously not here. We can't pay 400,000 every day for 2 weeks. Right? Obviously not here. We want to have a venue that can, take you guys without costing so much, yet be as serene and as cozy as this. Right? And then we want to have these guys available. So Amake has agreed to being in that session. Obina will be in that session, whether he likes it or not. I used to call him Obim, he's my heart. Right? As his body, sorry, they're looking at us. It's 14 years in this country, but it's not that kind of love, please. I'm not gay. Right? Obina will be around for that session. TJ has also volunteered to be around for that session. We have the person who should have been the last facilitator today, who I'll plead with to be around for those sessions. He's one of you, he's a teacher, he's one of you. And then myself, obviously, I'll be around for those sessions. So here's what I'll do for you. I'll prepare a program document, right, that sells this to you as an idea. So it will contain things like lesson objectives, a little curriculum, and everything. Then I will send it to you. And then maybe we'll take a poll on the Teachers Connect group. If we get 50 teachers, then we can start talking about money, right? But top of my head, I will make sure it is less than or equal to 20,000. I am not willing to go above 20,000 financially. And I think 20,000 is good value for 2 weeks of learning. That's how much a day. Ask Gemini. 2,000 per, well, we're doing 6 days, so it's even less than 2,000 naira a day, so somewhere around 1,800 naira a day. I'm not sure there's any place, any school that offers instruction at 1,800 naira a day. But it would mean that we'll have a minimum of 50% for it to be worthwhile, right? Because these hall renters, they are not plain. People that have halls in Benin, they are not nice people. Right? And we don't want to tie this to a school, so it doesn't look like, oh, we are the ones doing it. We want to make this as easy for everybody to participate as possible. That being said, my final thoughts today would be, we don't just want you to be learners, we want you to be change agents. And so going ahead, we would be picking teachers from out of you. So when we train like this, for instance, you remember in 2019 we trained. In 2020, Mattis Nwokoye was a part of our facilitators. This time we had Mr. Johnson Ian that was supposed to be a part of this session. We will routinely keep picking teachers and we will give them money to train you. And we hope that one of these days, that teacher will be you. It might not be a lot of money. Are you following me? Because one, we want to build community, but more importantly, we want to build change agents. The person that handled Zumba this morning was one of us in 2020. and he's going to get something for showing up. So we want this to be led by teachers, run by teachers, driven by teachers, so that it is not centered around this man. Right? I had to postpone an Abuja trip because of this program. So that when I'm not here, a teacher will come up and this will keep running and running and running. That being said, has this been a good time? Should we try this again? Not the way we did it today. So forgive us for all the long lessons and everything. We hope that we'll get funding and we'll do it more sustainably. But here's what I can promise you. This will keep happening. And we're going to look for easier ways to make it happen. So for one last time before we leave here today, can you put your hands together for yourself for being the most fantastic students I have seen in recent times? I want to thank everyone who has taken our time to participate. I will personally apologize to Mr. Johnson. When we got this hall because of the need to be central. And God keeping this hall alive, I think this is a good place to keep using. Right? It is not just central, it has better facilities than where we used to use. And for you to find a hall of this standard, you'll be paying close to $1 million, if not over $1 million. So God will keep the governors, Edo will keep shining. Edo will keep shining, and this place will continue to be maintained so that we can have facilities like this to use. Thank you so much for your time. Please, if you're not on the, where are our ushers? I know they are tired. But please, can I take this time to appreciate everyone that helped in putting this together? My chairman is somewhere here. Please, somebody should drag Uncle Daniel inside here. I know he wants to hide, but he can't do that today. He came all the way from overseas to be with you. Now he came, now he wants to hide. Right? And all of this most of this came from his pocket. Most of this. So we're very grateful to him for such fantastic work. If you're volunteering, I'd like to appreciate you personally. I have Akosa here. Akosa was our mic passer for the day. Please stand up, let them appreciate you. In media, we have
not here to set up anything that wants to live with me. I want to set up something that when we are long gone, people will talk about it. Our goal is to keep impacting generations, and we'll start with you. So on this journey, like I've said, you are going to support us. We'd love your ideas. I know he talked about having a boot camp. I want us to support that heavily. One of the biggest problems we've had is getting sponsors for our events. But now I want to make enough noise that the sponsors will be the one chasing us. And if I shout now, I don't have a loud voice. But if you shout with me, that voice will be loud, right? So let's do that together. In any way, I know some of you you chat me privately to say, oh, we need to do this to improve that. Some of us are even, for example, the group we have, there are certain people here who have kept that group alive. We hardly even talk there, but there are people who are behind the scenes saying, oh, this is wrong, this is right. We see that every day, right? So, like I said to every one of us, going forward, Teachers Connect will no longer be 2020, then 2026. No, it's going to be 2026, 2027, 2028, and on and on like that. If we have to use your classroom to do it, we'll do it. But I know the people I work with, they are perfectionists. They will not want us to use your classroom. So definitely we'll not do that. Otherwise, they'll hold me in handcuffs. So trust me, we'll do it every year going forward, and it's a promise I'm making to all of you. And we'll make that noise so much so that, grand people will keep chasing after us and asking us, when do you want to do your next event? And if we can make it like twice boot camps, we can sponsor them, fine and good, right? But in this boot camp that you guys will be going for, I think for the first 50 people have agreed with him that we are going to give a discount. On our own side, we'll pay to support, right? Learning is not cheap, but whatsoever knowledge you acquire from that stays with you for the rest of your life. Nobody's going to take that away from you, right? So when you give yourself to learning, whatsoever, I'm sure the person doing AI did not happen like 10 years ago. There's nothing, we didn't mention AI 10 years ago, right? But as an expert, and like I heard him say, they are looking for you around Nigeria now, right? I'll come and learn from you, and then if they're looking for you in Abuja, you have gigs in Lagos. I will go for Lagos. That's the way it goes. And that's how you build a brand that will outlive you. So thank you so much for showing up. I know the notice was short. It's just that I promised myself I wanted to be here. So I'm sorry that the notice was short. I told them that I want to be in this event. I want to see your face and I want you to see mine. It should not be audio talk, right? So 2027, get ready. The boot camp, please, I beg you, support it. If you have to, sell your phone, but don't sell that phone, no. Sell your hair, your wig. You can sell it. Sell your bags. No, you make those sacrifices just to let. This AI thing, I'm sure I just did. You created an app within minutes, and you will sell that app, and people will buy it. Trust me. So, what is going to teach you? I'm not sure. I think have you done the cost? I'm not even sure 100,000. I'm not sure even 100,000 will be enough. So. So please and please, this first one we want to do, it's you that would make it happen. You will give us that encouragement, so please be part of this first boot camp. It's not happened in Benin before. We want to make that happen now, and I'm sure in the best way we can from Ravenbrooks, we're going to try to subsidize that when the final price comes out. I hope that makes sense. Another thing I also know he said to all of us, and because of time, is that we are the ones that will decide how we want it to run. Do we want it to run weekdays, weekends, morning, evening? I think for some persons, and I'm just thinking in my head, you might say, oh, I cannot take more than 1 week excuse from school. I want you to crash my course for 1 week, and then we have the other cohort for the next week, right? But what we want to do is to train those 50 people in 2 weeks. So let's think about it. The WhatsApp group is there. Share your feedback. You have our numbers. You can reach us directly. And I pray that God will continue to keep you and grant every one of you long life and good health in Jesus' name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. On the stage. Okay, people that know the work say we should stand on the stage. So let's coordinate this quickly. Let's take a group picture. Sugar canes behind, Philly bottles in front. Sugar canes behind, Philly bottles in front. I'm going to stand on the floor. Ravenbrooks people, where are you? Media, you're not sharing nothing now. Come and stand here. If you are afraid of being blocked, come to the front. There's space. Thank you very much, everyone. See you 2027. Oh no. See you in April. Thank you, sir.
Please feel free to snap with us. Don't forget, please, hashtag us and everything.
technology